All right, good evening and welcome to City Council meeting. I'm going to call to order the meeting of the West Jordan City Council. Tonight is Wednesday, January 13th, 2021. Tonight's meeting is going to be just a little bit different. We don't have a work session today, so we're starting with our formal meeting. The reason for that is because of some of the different items that we need to tackle. We are four of us meeting in council chambers so that we can work on piloting the ability to host the meeting from here again. So since we are still kind of in a transition phase, we do still need to begin the meeting with this notice of declaration. So due to the increased threat of serious illness and loss of life by the rapid spread of the COVID-19 virus, the chair of the West Jordan City Council has determined that conducting this meeting at City Hall or at another anchor location is likely to contribute to the spread of COVID-19 and would present a substantial risk to the health, safety, and welfare of the city's residents, participants, and observers. Therefore, pursuant to Utah Code 52-4-2074, the West Jordan City Council hereby declares that the meetings of this public body will be held only electronically until further notice. This determination will expire in 30 days from the from the date the chair of the West Jordan City Council signs the written determination. Now we can proceed. And you can see that determination was signed on January 8th, 2021. All right, so with that said, we will proceed with our Pledge of Allegiance, which is being led by, I believe, Scott Langford, our Community Development Director. Mr. Langford.
Thank you, Chair McKay. I invite you to stand with me and please recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Langford. As we proceed through the agenda tonight, we're going to follow the regular agenda outline, but one thing I do want to call out, since this meeting is a little bit shifted because we don't have the work session, we wanted to make sure that citizen comment was still at the pretty close to the regular time that we have that. So just a notice to the council and those that are watching, those that wish to participate in citizen comments today, That will be held at 7:05. If we're in the middle of another item, we'll pause that item, move to citizen comments, proceed with that, and then return to wherever we happen to be in the agenda. So our agenda tonight, we're going to start with council leadership, election of the chair, council chair, and council vice chair. Mr. Anderson, would you talk us through this?
Yes, thank you, Council Chair McConaughey. So our code requires that the City Council choose a chair and vice chair at the first meeting of each year. The chair and vice chair serve for an entire year. And what we have set up for you this evening, here in council chambers, we do have Duncan Murray from the Attorney's Office and Michael Oliver from IT that will assist us in the proceedings for this. So first thing I wanted to show the council and the public is the powers of the council chair that are in the city code. There's 7 items that are listed here. The chair does have additional duties from other members of the city council. The chair signs all the ordinances, resolutions, correspondence, and other documents on behalf of the council. Receives all the communication. Council chair supervises myself, council office director, and subject to other provisions in the code, the council chair may delegate those responsibilities to the council office director, the council vice chair, or any other council member. Council chair and vice chair, whoever is selected, will set the agenda for and conduct all the meetings of the council, subject to the council policies and procedures. In the absence of the council chair or upon the council chair's inability to function, the council vice chair shall be acting council chair and shall have and exercise all the powers. In the event of the absence of the council chair, the council may appoint a council chair and council vice chair. The council may appoint an acting council chair for a meeting. So if the chair and vice chair are unable to attend a meeting, the council would choose an acting council chair. So in council policies and procedures, section 207, the council chair is the official spokesperson for the city council. And in section 314, the council chair is the presiding officer and acts as chair of the city council meetings. And the council chair occupies the center seat. And we've got council chair McConaughey close to the center seat so that we can be social distanced. And the council chair signs, again, all the ordinances, resolution, contracts, and other documents adopted by the city council. Some of those will also be signed by the mayor who executes. So tonight, each of you have a voting computer. The 3 council members that are at home and the 4 of you on the dais. And we have Michael Oliver here from IT. So I'm just going to ask Mr. Oliver if he sees all 7 computers on his tabulating computer.
That is affirmative. I see all 7 of you have successfully logged in and have pulled up the ballot. Is that correct?
Do all of you see something similar to what's on your screen right now?
Yes.
Especially the 3 of you at home. Was that who said yes?
Melissa.
Councilmember Worthen?
We are also watching for the raised hand in that in Zoom, so you can use that.
Councilmember Whitelock, do you have that the 7 passenger train names?
Yes.
And David Pack, Councilmember Pack, do you have that on your voting computer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Okay, so Council Chair, have it noted that all 7 members are able to access the voting computer. What we're going to do right now, before we get into how this will proceed, is we're just going to do kind of an experiment. So with council leadership, I went and chose 7 named trains for passenger trains. Some of them are current, some of them are from movies. They're kind of fun. So I had fun kind of compiling this list. There's also, you notice at the very bottom, there is an abstain. So if a council member does not want to cast a vote and abstain from the vote, there is an option for that.
Alan, I don't see Hogwarts Express.
We only had 7. There's only 7 of you.
Should be number 1.
So What will happen during this practice session is you will use your mouse pointer to select on one of these names to cast your vote, and you will get a screen something similar to this. So you see where Cannonball has been selected, and then it has a blue box that says cast vote. And when you cast that vote, it will go into Mr. Oliver's tabulating system, and it will tabulate the vote. So all of you can go ahead and choose a train, and I need to,
Hey, Alan, you may want to remind everybody, you won't see the tabulation until all 7 votes are counted.
that's correct. Let me, while you're casting your vote, you can hit the red box to reset if you want to change your vote. The expectations are the computer will only allow you to vote once. The tallies will not be displayed until all 7 of you cast a vote. So there's no way to see what's happening like we have in the past with poll EV. The third one is the code specifies, and you all know this, that 4 votes will finalize the election of council chair. And then we will repeat this exercise for the election of the vice chair. So, Mr. Oliver, I think you're going to share your screen.
Correct, I am. I'll be taking over here.
And you,
And now, council members, you may proceed to vote if you have not already.
So,
once-
Mr. Oliver, before when we were doing when we were talking about the dry run, code requires that we go through, ask all who wish not to be considered. Those who don't wish to be considered have their names removed. We talked about, did you want to do that first or did you want to do that later?
We can, it's up to you, your preference.
it's
I've noticed some people have already, that some of the machines have already timed in, so I can reset it easily enough.
Yeah,
and we can
let's
proceed.
reset just.
Well, this was just a fake vote. Did you do the fake vote?
yeah,
We're going to do a couple.
Chair McConaughey, if I may, if we do this sample balloting first, and just so everybody's familiar with it, and then that will give time once we go through the process of finding out who's going to be chair and vice chair. Michael can reset the ballot to include the council names. Is that what you're
No,
suggesting?
when we were speaking just 10 minutes ago, he was saying that he was going to request 2 names be removed.
Oh,
so
okay.
council could have practice resetting to make sure it was exactly
Okay.
like it would be
Okay,
later.
I see what I see. Thank you.
So as you're looking at the information that's up on the screen right now, this is our code that calls out the process. You'll see that it's actually the next page.
It's Michael's screen that's up right now.
Oh, okay, never mind. The one that's visible here in council chambers on apparently just this one says that the chair will ask who does not wish to be considered. So if we were to do that, let's say that first one, Asila or Asila Express, however that's pronounced, because I'm not sure there, we'll remove that one. And then California Zephyr, let's remove that from consideration because California is always a little questionable.
And now if you will hit the reset button on your ballot there, you should confirm and reflect that those 2 have been removed.
Then once that's been updated, the chair is to confirm those that are declared. That would be that list here. And then we're good to vote. So please do so.
Okay, so what this,
So, can I ask a question?
Yes,
So once you cast your vote, it just disappeared. Is that right? Okay.
correct. So if this is the case, if we see a 3-way tie, 2, 2, and 2, there would be a runoff to determine which, there would be a runoff between those top 3. There's a large die that Mr. Murray has brought, and he is prepared to roll that. Duncan, would you like to talk about the process should we run into a 3-way tie?
Sure. So the council rule, as you're familiar, says that the runoff vote is between the top 2 vote getters. But if there is a tie, which prevents there being only 2 remaining council candidates, then you have to have a coin toss, or in this case, a die roll, to reduce the number of remaining candidates from 3 down to 2. And so one option would be, because it's at the discretion of the current council chair, but 2 numbers could be assigned to each of the 3 remaining council candidates, say 1 and 2 assigned to council candidate A, 3 and 4, if they're rolled, assigned to council candidate B, and 5 or 6 being assigned to council candidate C. And depending on which number is rolled, that particular candidate would be eliminated, and then the other 2 would go on to the final vote. And then whichever one of you'd cast votes in the similar manner as your initial secret ballot. And then whichever one receives 4 or more votes would be the one elected to the position.
Are
And
there
then
any?
I'm sorry, Council Chair, if there's a 2-way tie to be broken, we have the coin again that we used last time, and there are white stickies on both sides so that we could put the initials of each candidate on each side and do something similar.
All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Duncan? All right. So proceeding with Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to double check here, take this hypothetical scenario of a 3-way tie. So we wouldn't revote eliminating Capital Limited, and then all 7 council members would vote on those top 3. You're saying that there would be a die roll to move the top 3 votes down to 2.
That is correct.
Very interesting. Okay, thank you.
Utah state law is indeed very interesting, which is what this part's modeled after.
I think the most interesting thing about state law is that gambling's against the Constitution, but you use a game of chance if there's a tie in a vote. Never mind. Isn't that the ultimate irony?
And technically, Council Chair, in state law, the only time you do a coin flip or a die roll is if there's a tie just between 2 candidates. But I would agree, maybe it's patterned a little bit after that. This is more to get it from 3 down to 2 instead of 2 to 1. So.
All right, so let's continue the simulation with what we have with the 221 or 2221. So, Mr. Duncan, if the dice were to be rolled, let's say it rolled, or Mr. Oliver, can you share your screen again?
So as council chair, you would assign 2 numbers to each of those 3 train names.
So 1 and 2 would go with the first one, 3 and 4 with the second, 5 and 6 would go with the last one, and let's say a 1 was rolled.
So then Cannonball would be eliminated, and then Orient Express and Polar Express would move on to the final balloting process.
All right. So we'll let Mr. Oliver make those updates to remove Cannonball and Capital Limited. And then Mr. Oliver will let us know when it's time to relaunch the program. Your microphone's not on, Mr. Oliver.
So we'll have Polar Express and Oriental Express.
Correct.
And a sad office director because we chose movies, not real trains.
He was the one that selected these, actually. So,
Just to Chad's point, Hogwarts is a real train. Putting that out there.
Very real.
So did the ballots pull back up?
oh no. So we're ready to relaunch the program then. All right. So when I double click on that, I do see those 2 options as well as the option to abstain. Is there anybody who does not see that? Council members Whitelock, Worth, and Pack. Do all three of you see the, were you able to bring it up back up again? Okay, Councilmember Whitelock's good.
No, I do not see it, Chair. Thank you.
There should be an icon on the desktop that has the city logo. Double click on that.
Okay, it came back up. Thank you, Chair.
Beautiful. All right, let's vote.
I'm still missing one person has not pulled their ballot up.
Oh, one person. That's nice that you can see that. Thank you. Who is it that does not have it back up? Councilmember Jacob, is yours up? Councilmember Worthen says she's good. You're still only seeing 6?
Now seeing 2 have dropped.
Would
2
that
of
happen
you
if they have already cast their vote?
They've already cast. They have no votes cast yet.
So we're missing,
I
I'm not
cast-
sure if you're able to hear Mr. Oliver. We're missing,
I cast a vote, so
okay.
if you're showing no votes cast, then there's a glitch.
I did too.
And that was probably before
Okay.
that they were reset. So if you close and open that up, you should only see the 3 options.
Yes, and I voted when there was only the 3 options.
I've voted twice now. You
Chicago,
gotten any votes in?
Chicago Express is not one of the options, Melissa.
Oh, dang it. Shut up.
All right, so everyone that has it up, please go ahead and cast the vote.
Yeah. I didn't hit the reset. Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
problematic.
No, it's on me.
All right, so let's try that one again. Moral of the story, please do not cast your vote until asked. And Mr. Oliver will give us a signal when to cast that vote rather than myself. Councilmember Jacob commented, we're on the Chicago Express. Just looking at Mr. Oliver for direction here.
Yes, now open up. Oh,
All right,
hold on.
open it up or hold on?
Hold on.
Okay, we'll hold tight. While we're waiting on that, Mr. Anderson,
Okay.
is the camera from the council chambers available to be put up there? I'm not seeing that. I'm just seeing the city image up there.
Let me check real quick.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver,
Now you may proceed to open up the ballot.
do not vote, but just open up the ballot. I'm seeing Orient Express, Polar Express, and abstain. Is everybody seeing the same? All right. Does everybody have that open? Mr. Oliver, how many do you see are open?
I still show 1 missing.
All right. Councilmember Pack, is your ballot up? Councilmember Whitelock?
I now show all 7.
Beautiful. So all 7 are up. Mr. Oliver, let us know when we can vote.
You may proceed.
All right. At this point, code would require that the council chair direct the council office director to tally the closed ballot votes and announce the number of votes for each candidate. Mr. Anderson, could you do so?
Yeah, so what you see on your screen is the Orient Express would be the chair of the council. And Polar Express has been eliminated, and there was one abstention.
All right. So that is item F of the code. Letter G talks about using the runoff if necessary. It's not. And H requires that the council chair declare the candidate receiving a majority vote of the council to be duly elected as council chair, which would be Orient Express. So having completed that for the role of chair, we would then repeat that same process for the role of vice chair. Our code does note that when we're looking at the code for election of council chairs and council chair and council vice chair, number 2 states, during the first regular meeting of the year, the newly elected council chair may immediately act as council chair for the remainder of the meeting. If the newly elected council chair would like to do so for the sake of continuity of carrying out this election, we're assuming that that would take place after the election of both chair and vice chair, so there's no confusion. All right. Are there any questions before we proceed from the council, before we go back to Mr. Anderson for next steps? All right. I don't see any questions from the council, so Mr. Anderson, back to you.
All right, thank you. So we touched briefly on the code, and we kind of went through that example. So while Mr. Oliver is setting up for the official election, this is taken directly from our city code. I'll just touch on them very quickly. The 2 officers of the council shall be a council chair and a council vice chair. B1, during the first regular meeting of each year, which is what this meeting is, the council chair at the beginning of the meeting is the council chair from the prior year, which is what we're doing. The newly elected council chair may immediately act as council chair. It's may, not shall. All council members are eligible to be candidates for council chair or council vice chair. The only exception that I will say is once you're elected, the person who is elected chair cannot be vice chair. So it's the council member may only serve as council chair for 2 consecutive years and may not serve again without a break of 1 year. So that means that should Councilmember McConaughey choose to run again, that he would be eligible. There are no term limits for serving as council vice chair. An election as council vice chair does not mandate succession to the office of council chair. Now, while that says it does not mandate succession, there's nothing that says that is prohibited, that the council chair cannot move up. Next is continuing on. At this council meeting, the council chair shall, in a manner materially similar to the following, ask all council members to declare if any of them choose not to be considered, and ask all the council members to declare if they choose to be considered. So everybody will need to declare if they want to be considered for these 2 positions or not for these 2 positions. Council chair shall state the declarations are closed, restate the names of those who are not running and those who are running, and then direct the council office director to deliver a closed ballot, which may be paper, electronic, or other form, which we've already tested, to each council member so that each council member may indicate on the ballot the candidate for whom the council member is cast. Any questions so far? That's kind of the code on that part. Finally, the council office director will tally as council member McConaughey indicated, and we'll use the runoff as we just experimented if nobody receives 4 votes. And this part 2 and 3 basically part 2 just determines the runoff that we've just practiced. And then the council vice chair will follow the exact same procedure. Any questions anyone has?
Councilmember Lamb.
Do I need to wait for permission on this one? I don't know. we haven't been in City Hall for so long. Okay, so my only question is, are we doing 2 votes? So the first vote is for chair only. That means the person who gets most becomes chair. The person who gets the second does not become vice chair, correct?
There's a separate election for vice chair.
Exactly. Okay, that's all I need to confirm. Thank you.
Yeah, the first election you're going to do, that is correct. The first election is for chair only, and then we will repeat that process for vice chair. Okay, seeing no questions, I will turn it over to Mr. Oliver and Mr. Duncan.
Comes back to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, turn it over to Councilmember McConaughey. Thank you.
Yes. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, I have a copy of code that has been printed out, and we're just going to go through line by line for those that are relevant to this election. So the council chair shall, in a manner similar to the following: A, ask all the members of council to declare if any of them wish to choose not to be considered. So if you do not wish to be considered for the role of council chair, that's what I'm looking for. Councilmember Green, do you wish to not be considered?
I do not want to be considered.
Okay. The language is a little clunky, but we'll fix that. We're just following the code. So Councilmember Green says no, does not wish to be considered. Councilmember Worthen.
No, I don't want to be considered.
Okay. Councilmember Pack.
No, I do not want to be considered. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Lamb.
No, I do not want to be considered. Thank you.
Councilmember Whitelock.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Jacob.
Sure, I would like to be considered.
All right. And Councilmember McConaughey, myself, I would indeed like to be considered.
Would you like to be considered?
Item letter B, ask all the council members to declare if they choose to be considered for the position of council chair. So again, that's the verbiage that's in code.
Who wrote
So
this code?
Councilmember Green, do you wish to be considered?
No,
Or excuse me, do you wish to declare? Councilmember Worthen, do you declare to be considered for the
No.
role of chair? No. Councilmember Pack, do you declare you wish to be considered for the position of council chair?
No, thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Lamb, do you declare you wish to be considered for the position of council chair?
No.
Councilmember Whitelock, do you declare you wish to be considered for position of council chair?
No.
Councilmember Jacob, do you declare you wish to be considered, you choose to be considered for the position of council chair?
I do declare.
And Councilmember McConaughey and myself, yes, I do declare that I wish to be considered for the position of council chair. Item C, the chair is to state that declarations are closed. So those declarations are closed. And I'm to restate the names of those who are not declared, which include council members Green, Worthen, Pack, Lamb, and Whitelock. And then I'm to restate the names of the other council members who are deemed to be declared, which are Councilmember Jacob and Councilmember McConaughey. Item E, the council chair is to direct the council office director to deliver a closed ballot to each council member, so each council member may indicate on the closed ballot the candidate for whom the council member's vote is cast. Mr. Anderson, would you please have that closed ballot delivered?
I will, and for that, I'm going to turn the screen over to Mr. Oliver, who has the balloting software.
Okay, council members, if you have your current ballot open, will you please close it so that all ballots of any previous bid have been closed? And leave it at that point for a moment till I can verify that all are closed, which they now are. Will you please open up the ballot?
Again, please wait to vote until directed to do so
And
by
I-
Mr. Oliver.
And I can confirm that I have 7 ballots, and I just need to have validation from each of you that you only see 3 options to vote for. One option or for the names as stated before, previous, which will be 1 for Council Member Jacob and 1 for Council Member McConaughey, and abstain. That should be your only 3 options.
So I'll walk through the same list that we did in the order in which council members joined the meeting. So again, please confirm that you're seeing the ballot that just has those 3 options. It says Chris McConaughey, Zach Jacob, and abstain. Is that what you see, Councilmember Green?
confirmed.
Councilmember Worthen?
Yes.
Councilmember Pack?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Lamb,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
and myself, Councilmember McConaughey, yes. Mr. Oliver.
Okay, 1 second. I will be able to show. And you now may proceed with your vote.
All right. With that, Mr. Anderson, would you tally the closed ballots and announce the number of votes for each candidate?
Yes, the tally shows that Councilmember Jacob received 5 votes and Councilmember McConaughey received 2 votes with no abstentions.
All right. Obviously, the runoff procedure is not necessary. And therefore, I would declare that the candidate receiving the majority vote is Councilmember Jacob. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I'd like to delegate to you the running of the rest of this meeting, by the way. So keep going.
We'll definitely come back to that again after the vice chair, but
That's fine as well.
all right. Let's do this once more for the role of vice chair.
Okay, this will be 1 moment while I reset the system and prepare this.
Chris, couldn't you go ahead and find out who wants to do vice chair while he's doing whatever he needs to do?
Yeah, we can go ahead with that. Give me just a second here. All right, council members are to declare if who wishes to not be considered for the role of vice chair. Councilmember Green, do you wish to not be considered?
No, I'm going to declare.
Okay. Councilmember Worthen, do you wish to not be considered?
Yes, I do not want to be considered.
Councilmember Pack, do you choose not to be considered?
Thank you, Chair. I choose to not be considered.
Councilmember Lamb, do you choose to not be considered?
I choose to not be considered.
Councilmember Whitelock, do you choose to not be considered?
Geez, I hate to just hand it to him, but yeah, I'd prefer not to be considered.
Councilmember Jacob is not eligible. And Councilmember McConaughey, I do not choose to be considered. So I now have to ask all the council members who choose to declare they wish to be considered. Councilmember Green, do you choose to declare to be considered?
Yes, I am declaring and want to be considered.
All right. Councilmember Worthen, do you declare that you choose to be considered?
I do not declare. I do not want to be considered.
Councilmember Pack, do you declare you choose to be considered?
I do not declare to be considered. Thank you.
Councilmember Lamb, do you declare you choose to be considered?
I do not want to be considered.
Councilmember Whitelock, do you declare you choose to be considered?
No, I do not want to be considered.
Again, Councilmember Jacob not eligible, and Councilmember McConaughey, I declare I do not wish to be I do not choose to be considered. So with that, the declarations are closed. Those who have chosen not to declare are council's members Worthen, Pack, Lamb, Whitelock, and McConaughey. Councilmember Jacob is not eligible. The name of the council members who are deemed to be declared is Councilmember Green. There is no provision that our code makes that lets us bypass a vote if only one person has declared. So we will proceed on with item E, and I will direct Mr. Anderson to deliver a closed ballot to each member of the council so that each council member may indicate on the closed ballot the candidate for whom the council member's vote is to be cast. Mr. Anderson, please.
Thank you, Councilmember McConaughey. And for that, I will turn the time over to Mr. Oliver, who is managing the election.
May I have all council members make sure that all ballots of previous bid have been closed and that there is none present on your screen at the moment, please? I can confirm that. Now you may reopen. I can confirm that I have 7 ballots out. And can everyone confirm that there is only 2 options available? One for Councilmember Green and one to abstain.
All right, so looking for confirmation that you're able to see the name of Kelvin Green and abstain. So is this what you see, Councilmember Green? Councilmember Worthen? Councilmember Pack?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Lamb?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob? And I can confirm that that is what I see as well. So Mr.
And-
Oliver,
Then we may proceed forth with your vote.
all right. Code requires that I direct the council office director to tally the closed ballot votes and announce the number of votes for each candidate. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. The tally is Councilmember Green as vice chair with 6 votes, and there's 1 abstention. Thank you.
All right, so
You know you were allowed to vote for yourself, don't you? Oh, sorry.
I declare that the candidate receiving the majority vote of the city council and duly elected as vice chair to be Councilmember Green. Congratulations, Councilmember Green. All right, well, that concludes the election of chair and vice chair. As soon as we kind of jumped the gun on this one a little bit, but going back to the code, item number 2, during the first regular council meeting of each year thereafter, the newly elected chair, Chair Jacob, may immediately act as council chair for the remainder of the meeting. Would you like to do so?
No, I will delegate that to you, if that's all right.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
For the remainder of the meeting. I like the precedent that was set last year. I think it's good.
It makes it a little easier.
I agree.
All right. So with that, the election of the chair and the vice chair has concluded. We will proceed to the next item on our agenda, which is the assignments for council committees. Mr. Anderson, thank you. Can we advance the slide? And I believe this one is you.
Yes, thank you. What we're going to discuss right now, council, is there are committees in the city that you've been serving on this past year, and I've narrowed them down to 3 types. There's internal committees such as the Western Stampede and Sustainability. There's also external committees such as the Wasatch Front Regional Council and Chamber West Chamber of Commerce Board. And then there are council subcommittees such as the land use, mayoral appointments, and budget and audit. So we're going to go through these 3 groups and see if you desire to keep the same assignments you have or to make changes. I will say on the internal committee assignments, since you recently adopted the Title II rewrite where we organized it, I have gone through the code and included all of those committees in this discussion. So there are some that have no names currently assigned. So this is the current internal committee assignments. And so you can see that Title II, Chapter 5, Sections 1 through 11, each specify one of these committees. Some of them are not meeting at present due to the COVID regulations. Some of them have been idle for some time. But these were requested by the mayor to be part of this code. So I don't know, Council Member McConaughey, if you want to just go down the list.
So Alan,
Yes.
and Tawny can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe Western Stampede Committee and the Events Committee has been merged because I work with the Events Committee and that's what we've been doing.
Yes, and that's why they're on the right-hand side. You don't see an events committee because it is part of 255 with Western Stampede. Currently, the primary council member on that one is Council Member Lamb, and the alternate is Council Member McConaughey. So my question is, with what you see on the screen, are any, I guess I'm going to just say, are any of you interested in making changes?
Well, I would just say that I'm doing the Events Committee, so I am part of the Western Stampede Committee, I guess. So that's what I meant by that. So where I'm at that kind of depends if Chad wants to give up his primary spot or not, but.
Councilmember Lamb.
Did you want to see an alternate?
I very much enjoy that one, but
Not that we're going to have a rodeo this year.
yeah.
Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? No, I hope we have a rodeo, which is why I like to stay on. I think both Chris and I missed that last year and we wanted to do Western Stampede again. I'm not sure, Melissa, and maybe this is something we can talk off the dais or outside of this meeting right now. I would be okay keeping Chris and I on the Western Stampede
Sure.
and keeping Melissa as the events person, because I really think I get the gist of it. It's in the same thing now, but really it is two different things.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll work together. It's good.
Yeah, so historically, they've been two separate committees. So I do have a question on that. So in code, were they both merged into one?
That is correct.
Okay,
But they won't be meeting as one, will they?
Yes. So can we co-chair?
I'm okay having two alternates then.
historically, it's been a very large assignment that was very time consuming. So that's fine. We can address that one a little bit more later. As Councilmember Lamb mentioned, I don't think it's going to be very urgent for this year.
So let me ask Council Director Anderson, does our code, and I haven't pulled it up, only have it only says primary and alternate, doesn't define the numbers, correct?
That's correct. It does not define the numbers that I'm aware of.
I would just say, let's add Melissa as an alternate and call it good. If there's no number assigned. What do you think, Mr. I was going to ask
Okay with
Mr.
that.
Wall, but he's outside.
I want to be on the Western Stampede.
Where I helped assist in drafting that, I could answer that question. Yeah, nothing in the current code that I assisted in drafting, the current code prohibits you from having two alternates. So if that is a valid legal option that you have.
Now, I will concede the primary to Chris or Melissa if you guys want the primary. I do not care about being the primary or the alternate.
Councilmember Worthen.
I mean, seeing I'm doing as much as I am with events and it's combined, I can take primary that way.
fine
You
with
guys
that.
don't have to, you don't have to worry about those meetings.
Okay.
Okay,
Just make sure you invite me and Chris.
Of course. You should have seen my emails. I'm telling you guys everything. More than you'll ever want to know.
Change for that is Councilmember Worthen will be primary and myself and Councilmember Lamb as alternates. Councilmember Pack, you've got your hand raised.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. And perhaps this conversation has already taken a bit of a different tack. I was just going to mention that personally, due to not having very many meetings, if any of all, for instance, as seen on the screen, being the primary for Healthy West Jordan, I've been in contact quite often through the year with Lindsay on city staff. We just haven't had any meetings. And with all the other committees I serve on, I would be happy just to continue since there's been very little activity. But I also want to respect that if any other council members have a desire to want to serve on anything, on any committee that I'm currently serving on, I could defer to that as well, just for the sake of ease and brevity. I'm fine with continuing assignments through 2021 that I or we have had in 2020.
All right. I guess, Mr. Anderson, do you want to continue with the assignments on this page?
Yes, we kind of went out of order a little bit, but so for Western Stampede, what I've put down based on the discussion you had is Councilmember Worthen would be primary, and Councilmember Lamb and Councilmember McConaughey would be alternates, since it deals also with events and not just Western Stampede. If I may, let's jump up to the top with the Design Review Committee. The Design Review Committee reviews and makes recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council related to site design standards of a site plan.
Quick clarification on this. I thought we didn't have a slot on this one.
There's not, but the council can be an ex officio non-voting member of any of the committees.
I'll jump in here. That was part, as we talked, and I think I talked with Mr. Wall, the city attorney. What happened is when we did the Title II rewrite and we made all of those executive committees, we consolidated all that stuff. So it actually allowed us to have a slot or do the same thing we did with all the other committees for the design review. So yeah, we've never done it before, but when we rewrote Title II, it made that generic thing to allow it if we want to, if we don't, we don't.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Lamb, did you have something to add?
I was just going to ask, when does the design review committee meet? Do we know?
I think it's the fourth Tuesday of each month.
What time?
I believe 5:30, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Might even be earlier.
I mean, if it's for me, it's just a timing issue, a time of day. So if it's at 5:30, I would be interested in being on the design review committee.
Okay, is there one who desires to be an alternate? Okay, not seeing an alternate, that's okay. Parks and Open Land, we currently have Councilmember Green as the primary with no alternate. Do you desire to continue with that committee?
I'll continue because they haven't met, so it hasn't been a burden, so.
It would also be helpful to know when they meet, because that's part of the decision of if it's going up against other committee or other meetings that we have.
Yes, and I did not grab that information, so I will have to get that to you. Some of them are short-term, such as CDBG. They just meet for a couple of months, I believe, and discuss the CDBG grant funds. And then they are not meeting the rest of the year. And currently on that, we have Kelvin Green, Councilmember Green as the primary and Councilmember Pack as the alternate.
I would pull my name off that list and let's let somebody else do that if they want to be on the CDBG. Last year got messed up because of the COVID. I've done it before when I was on the planning commission. But the CDBG one is one that, from my experiences, rotating through would be a good thing for the council. So I'm going to pull my name off of the CDBG and let somebody else step in.
And Alan, I will be an alternate on parks, and I've done CDBG, but if nobody else wants to, I will.
So Councilmember Whitelock as alternate for Parks, and then for CDBG, my recommendation, or
Is there anybody on the council that has not done CDBG yet? Because
yes,
it is
Councilmember Worthen, who just started on the council.
I haven't.
Chance.
right. Okay.
That's what I was trying to bring up.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say it's a great experience for anybody.
I don't mind doing it because it ties in with what I'm already doing with budget. So I'm open. If you feel like that's a good fit, but Kayleen, if you want to do it, that's fine.
I only said that I'd do it if no one else wants to, but Melissa, they're right. It's a good experience. So if you feel you have the time, and it's only a couple of months of meetings.
That's fine. Yeah, that project we're working on kind of ties in with it, so that works.
Melissa, the last time I did it, it was like 2 meetings. The last time we did it, it was like 2 3-hour meetings. So it's not substantial commitment.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, so can you just, so Councilmember Worthen is the primary on CDBG, Councilmember Whitelock is the alternate on Parks, and alternate on CDBG. Did I get that right?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Which is fine with me. I concur with what everyone stated. I had the privilege of serving on CDBG when I was on Planning Commission, and it was a wonderful eye-opener and fulfilling to see where money can be allocated and put to the best use possible. So if anybody hasn't had the opportunity, that's great. So I'll gladly defer to Councilmember Whitelock if she'd like to be alternate. Both of us have been able to serve on it before. So just so long as it gets done, no problem there to be replaced.
Okay. We've got that. I'm going to move down to sustainability. They meet once a month, I believe at 6:30 on a Thursday. And right now, Councilmember Green is the primary with no alternate.
Have they been meeting?
They've actually been meeting. I'm not sure they have enough people to meet a quorum, but they have been meeting and trying to meet.
I mean, if you want to stay as primary, I'll jump as an alternate.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We already talked Western Stampede. Next one in the code of 2-5-6 is the sister city. You may recall this committee has been idle for a little while. However, the mayor had requests from members of this committee to keep it codified. And so they currently are not meeting that I'm aware of. I don't know if the mayor knows more than I at this point, but we do not have a primary and we do not have an alternate.
I think there's value in networking with others. And if it's something that residents want to keep alive, I've read the history of it and seen the nice archives at City Hall. I'd be happy to assist. If I understand correctly, this would be going through the mayor's office. I'd be happy to network with Mayor Burton if I can be of assistance.
Okay, I will put you down. Thank you, Councilmember Pack.
And I can be the alternate.
All right, thank you. Healthy West Jordan, part of code 2-5-7. Currently I have Councilmember Pack as the primary. Do you wish to continue?
Well, in terms of wish, I'm fine to continue. I love a healthy lifestyle and I wish that we could have met. We've exchanged a lot of emails, but we haven't had an opportunity to meet. So I'm fine continuing, but I don't want to monopolize it. If someone else would like to jump in, I can stay as primary. I can go to alternates. I'm happy to still be involved with it, especially since we didn't have the opportunity to meet in 2020 due to COVID.
Is there any council member that is interested in being primary on Healthy West Jordan or to continue allowing Councilmember Pack? Okay,
David can continue, but I'll be his alternate if he wants me to.
Sounds good. We'll work out together.
Okay, so I've got Councilmember Pack as the primary and Councilmember Whitelock as the alternate. Next one that is in code, title 2-5-8, is the West Jordan Youth Committee. And I think that's something that at least a couple members of the council have been desirous to be involved with. So I don't have anyone assigned to this committee. Is there someone who would desire to be a primary?
I would tell you, I think that the question comes up and I would recommend we defer this one. The youth committee, if you look at it, actually belongs to the council unless we decide not to do something, if I remember right. And then the mayor can step in. And I don't think either one of us have done much right now. And so maybe that's a better discussion with us and the mayor if we want to resurrect that committee and get it going and how we want it run.
So I was part of it years ago, back when it started, and it was pretty neat. So if we, discuss it, I wouldn't mind being part of that.
Would you like to be the primary?
Like you said, with Councilman Green, if we're going to resurrect it, yeah, I'd be fine with that. Just want to make sure everybody's aboard to do that.
Okay, and who did you recommend, or who were you suggesting? Were you suggesting someone for an alternate?
No, I just said I was part of it years and years ago, back when I worked at the chamber when they started this. So if we want to resurrect it, I'm happy to be the primary.
My kids served on it, so if you want me to be the alternate, but it wasn't a youth council like the other cities have when my kids participated.
Okay, so what I will put down based on the comments is that Councilmember Worthen will be the primary for the West Jordan Youth Committee, and Councilmember Whitelock will be the alternate. The other one that's in code is Strategic Planning Committee. Strategic Planning Committee is an advisory committee to direct the creation, recordation, and adoption of a 5-year strategic plan for the city. Specifically, the committee will develop methodologies to elicit and analyze resident input relevant to city needs, expectations. It's a 5-year forward-looking document and needs assessment, plan and execute surveys, synthesize all collected and analyzed data into discrete strategic initiatives, work with city staff, and that's what the committee does. So these two council members would be a ex officio member of this committee, non-voting. Is there someone interested in being a primary council member?
I'd take the alternate, but not the primary.
Okay, is there anyone who desires to be primary for Strategic Planning Committee? Okay, seeing none, I will leave that one empty or blank. Next one up is 2-5-10, which is the Airport Advisory Board. Currently, we have Councilmember Green as the primary and Councilmember McConaughey as the alternate. Any changes?
Did they even
decided
meet
there?
last year?
So I used to serve on this committee. They met relatively frequently, but it was the same time as, what were the other two committees that were meeting? The Sustainability Committee and another committee as well. There's a lot that's going on. I think it was 2 or 3 years I served there. It was with then Councilmember Burton. If it's something you're interested in, I'd be happy to pull my name from the alternate list, but still attend.
I'm just
as
wondering if
long
they were
as
meeting.
Yeah, they have been. They came and presented early. Mayor Burton, I understand you've been meeting with them. Can you share a little bit there?
I'm okay not to be. I was just kind of curious about when they meet. and stuff like that.
They did meet like once last year, and there's been some email traffic. It looks like they're starting to meet back up third Wednesday of, it's the third, their meetings are the third. I can tell you that one because I got the email. It's the third Wednesday of every month. And if somebody's interested, I'm okay. I'll stay there, but if somebody's interested and wants to be on it, I'll step aside.
I do have an interest in that one. I don't have to be primary, I could be alternate, but I'd like to serve that. Okay.
How about if we do 2 alternates with myself and council, or did you want to be alternate, Councilmember Lamb? Okay. Myself and Councilmember Green as alternate and Chair Jacob as primary.
I'm fine in however we want to roll that out. So that's fine. That sounds good.
Okay, so I've got Councilmember Jacob as primary and Councilmember McConaughey, Councilmember Green as the alternates for the airport advisory. The last one is the diversity committee. This was adopted by the council with a joint resolution with the mayor back in August, September, and we don't have any assignments for that. I know that's something the mayor is interested in getting filled. So I don't know, is there someone interested in being primary on the diversity committee?
I'd be interested.
Sure. I'd like to do that.
Yeah, I wanted to defer to Chair Jacob because he was the driver of this, and I serve on a couple of other diversity committees in the community that I think might be able to lend itself in synergy to working with the city, unless someone else would like to be alternate.
Not seeing any other interest, so I've got, just to confirm, I've got Councilmember Jacob as the primary and Councilmember Pack.
Sorry, Cindy, I didn't catch what you were saying there.
I just noticed that Councilmember Whitelock and Councilmember Pack's hands were raised on Zoom. I just wondered if they needed to talk or if we could lower them.
Thank you. I will lower mine. I was just thinking that we were still getting called on, but then I was getting the idea that this was more of a free-flowing discussion like our work session. So I just didn't lower it. Thank you for mentioning it.
To prevent muddy in the waters with this being Mr. Anderson's item, instead of me trying to jump in the middle, it had sort of passed that part off to him. So sorry for the confusion there.
Yeah, there's just.
If you'd like to raise a hand, that's fine. Mr. Anderson can lower it from in the Zoom afterwards, or you can lower your own as well.
Yeah, I've got.
But we are still in work session, right? So.
No, this is a regular council meeting.
This meeting, because code required that the election of council chair and vice chair be in a regular council meeting, work
Okay.
session did not work, which is why we're in a regular session right now. And that's why we had the call out earlier today that we'll break for citizen comment at 7:05. So it'll be close on timing, but no, there's no work session with today's meeting.
So I have I'm just going to reiterate this and we'll move on. So we have Councilmember Jacob for diversity primary and Councilmember Pack as the alternate. I'm not going to read them over again. We've got good notes with Cindy and I'll put these on the assignment sheet and get them out to you tomorrow. So with that, I'm going to move on. So this now would be external committees. So this is the Utah League of Cities and Towns, the Salt Lake Council of Governments, the Board for Chamber West, Jordan School District, Wasatch Front Regional Council, the Western Growth Coalition, and the Association of Municipal Councils. I am afraid with the holidays, I don't know when they're meeting. They're changing everything, or may change them depending on all the changes that occurred. So right now I have for the Utah League of Cities and Towns, LPC, I have Councilmember Jacob as the primary. And I think on this one, we only have one seat. The mayor has the other seat.
Actually, I think the mayor has all three and has delegated one of them to the council.
That's correct. Yes, thank you.
And I would love to continue doing this. If there's somebody who feels strongly about taking it over, speak up. But I would love to do it. It's legislative policy is just what I like to do. So, by the way, they meet during the session. They meet Mondays at noon. In past years, it has been on the Hill with an option to. They serve you lunch too, by the way, a little boxed sandwich lunch. They have an option to tune in online as well, and you can tune in online and participate fully. They've always had that option. The last couple of meetings during the interim have been completely online, but during the session, in the past, and I assume eventually in the future, they will be in person up in the Senate building on the Hill.
Is there anyone that is interested in Utah League of Cities and Towns, LPC? Not seeing any, I will move on.
Yeah, it's just me.
Salt Lake Council of Governments. I have Councilmember Jacob as the primary and Councilmember Lamb is the secondary. Or the alternate, I guess.
Well, I didn't do anything on that last year, so I don't know what to tell you.
Would you like to switch?
Did you do
You want
anything?
to be primary? Yeah, I went, so the first 2 meetings were in person. They meet, gosh, it was every other month. I think they might have switched it to quarterly.
When did they meet?
They meet at the county office, county building on 21st and State.
But when?
I don't remember what day of the month, but it is typically a lunchtime meeting.
noon.
It's at 12 o'clock.
I'll have to pull my name from that one then.
Okay. Most of the people on that committee, I mean, there's mayors and council members from around the valley. County council members are on that committee. There are a few staff members from various cities on that committee. It's a great place to come and get to know your fellow, governing people from around the valley. And they do make decisions on transportation funding is kind of the big one. And other kind of internal stuff. But if anybody else wants it, I'm happy to hand this one off as well. And if not, I'll keep doing it.
So I understand that Councilmember Lamb, you desire to not be the alternate on COG?
Yeah, I would pull my name from alternate too.
Okay, so is there anyone else on the council that desires to be the alternate with the Council of Governments? They would attend if Council Chair Jacob was not able to attend.
I can do that.
What day of the week, Zach?
I don't remember off the top of my head what the day of the week is. Let me see if I can find it on my calendar here. I want to say it's usually a Tuesday, but I don't quote me on that. It's just been a little while since we've done one in person and the days all run together when it's Zoom meetings.
If it's a Tuesday, I can be the alternate.
Okay, so I have for Council of Governments, Councilmember Jacob and Councilmember Whitelock. The Chamber West Board, we have as the primary Councilmember Lamb and as the alternate Councilmember Pack. You want to make changes there, Councilmember Lamb?
So I will pull my name from the primary, and I know that Council Member Worthen has been interested in the primary.
So, yeah, I'd be happy to do that because I've already been going to some of their meetings.
And then David, if you want, I can move to the alternate since I've been working with them, if you are willing to be off the chamber board.
Sure, if that's something you'd like to do, I'm amenable to that.
Okay. So Melissa for the primary and Councilmember Lamb for alternate.
Okay, thank you. I've got that. Councilmember Worthen, Councilmember Lamb for Chamber West. Jordan School District, I have Councilmember Worthen and no alternate.
I'm happy to keep the primary if nobody's interested.
I'm happy to be secondary on there since I do a lot of, I'm immersed in the local schools anyway on community council and PTA, or if there's someone else that really feels strongly about it, that's fine too.
Okay, so I have Councilmember Worthen as the primary and Councilmember Pack as the alternate for Jordan School District. Wasatch Front Regional Council, I have Kelvin Green Councilmember Green as an alternate, and I have no primary.
I think the primary is because Wasatch Front Regional Council is the primary is the mayor's office, isn't it?
I believe so.
If somebody else wants to be the alternate, I didn't attend any meetings because the mayor attended them all. So that's really the on deck batter, maybe even in the hole. So
You just want to keep that one as it is?
Sure.
By the way, for Kayleen's notice, COG meetings last year were on Thursdays, not Tuesdays. My mistake.
Okay, Western Growth Coalition, I know they are meeting typically Mondays, or one Monday, let's see, what, second, trying to think when they met. They used to meet on the fourth Monday. Now they're, I think, on the second Monday at 4:30.
Yes, that's correct.
And I have Councilmember Whitelock as the primary and no alternate. Do you want to continue doing that, Councilmember Whitelock? Or
I'm
is there-
happy to, but I'm okay if someone else wants an opportunity. That's fine too.
Is there any council member that has a desire to participate with the Western Growth Coalition?
I can do the primary. Or alternate, sorry. I wasn't looking at that right.
Okay, so what I've got is Councilmember Whitelock as the primary and Councilmember Worthen as the alternate for the Western Growth Coalition.
Yes.
The last one we have on this external committee is the Association of Municipal Councils. I have Councilmember Green as the primary and Councilmember Jacob as the alternate.
I'm happy to let somebody else take over this one as alternate if they want to, or I can keep alternating.
And we need to, and if somebody else wants to do this, we need to get a hold of them and figure out when they're actually meeting. Doesn't seem like they've been very engaged.
Yesterday, I've been getting the emails. Yeah,
I haven't gotten
I
anything.
didn't know you didn't know. If I was waiting to hear from you to tell me to go in your stead. So
So they meet on the second Tuesday?
something like that. Yeah, it's here. Let me find the email here real quick. I had it from yesterday. I have their whole schedule from.
But you can pull my name off of that. We'll let somebody else go.
They will meet every second Tuesday, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, and October. In November, they participate with the COG does a legislative preview lunch, and they invite the Association of Municipal Council members to that. And then they don't meet in December.
And what time do they meet? Lunchtime?
It's a lunchtime meeting. It's at, I think they meet at 11:30 if you want to have lunch, and the meeting starts at 12. And again, it's a boxed sandwich from one of those catering places.
Okay, is there any council members that are desirous? It sounds like there's opening in primary and opening in alternate for the Association of Municipal Councils. Okay, I'm not hearing anyone. Do you want me to, Councilmember Jacob and Councilmember Green, you want me to leave it as it is for right now?
As far, yeah, and I'll make sure I'll email them and tell them Kellen's email.
Could you have them or include me in that email so they've got my contact? Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. The next one on the agenda is the committee assignments for council members. These are the committees that some of them are meeting, some of them are not. We need to ramp one of them up in talking with Ms. Steck from Administrative Services. So what we currently have is the Utility Enterprise Fund Subcommittee, and Ms. Steck would like to have that committee start up so there can be some dialogue as she prepares the budget for you. The Land Use Committee, they're meeting roughly once a month, sometimes twice. They're a very active committee right now. We're in the middle of the general plan. So the general plan committee usually meets the same time of land use because it's the same three individuals. Then we have the committee on mayoral appointments, the council rules, the budget and audit, which have been meeting in prepping for the the budget amendment that's coming to you this evening later in the meeting. And then we've had a couple committee of the whole, which is just basically the entire council, just led by the chair and the vice chair when you're doing work sessions or special meetings. Are there anyone desiring to make changes to their current assignment on these committees?
I'd like to drop off of the mayoral appointments.
Okay, Councilmember Worthen desires to be off
can't.
as vice chair.
You're not allowed.
You're replacing me. Oh, wait a minute. You're already there.
I
You
would,
move up.
I would actually like to step back from land use just because it's time consuming, and as chair, I don't know how much extra bandwidth there will be there, just because that is a time consuming one.
Okay, so
And I'll take Melissa's place on mayoral appointments if that shakes out okay.
okay, so remove Councilmember Jacob as chair of land use, and he desires to take Councilmember Worthen's place as vice chair of the Committee on Mayoral Appointments. Councilmember Worthen, is there anyone interested in being, I guess, chair of the land use committee?
I'll be the chair of land use if that's okay with the council.
Who was that?
Chad.
That was
Chad,
Lamb.
can you meet
Councilmember
when we
Lamb would-
meet?
What was that?
Typically, we meet during the day because we're meeting with developers.
It's during the day.
Yeah,
It's
because
been Zoom meetings at lunchtime, but that was also to kind of work around my schedule.
Oh, was it?
So
We can, if
You
they
guys can
change, I'm
figure that
willing
out.
to ask you what works best for you. Land use does typically meet with staff and does typically meet with
I
developers.
mean, if it's at noon, I can make it work, but if it's at 10 a.m. or
No, it's typically noon for 1 hour, noon to 1. Sometimes we end
I can make
early.
that work.
Okay, so I've got Councilmember Lamb as chair of the land use. Councilmember Green remains as vice chair and Councilmember Whitelock as a member of that committee.
I just asked that you give us agendas, Chad, if you're being chair.
Duly noted.
Are there any other changes on this list of committee assignments the council desires to make? Seeing none, I think that concludes this item on the agenda. Council Member McConaughey.
All right, that brings us to our new business, and we've got one item out here that is from Mr. Smith. Jared, could you give us a little bit of background as to what we should expect to be seen on the agenda here in the near future?
Yes, can you hear me?
not well.
It was super, super faint. I think you said, "Can we hear you?" The answer is basically no. Let's see. We're hearing some clicking around. I'm wondering if it's using your computer speaker. Or sorry, your computer microphone.
How about that? Can you hear me now?
Is there somebody else from the mayor's office who might be able to give us a little bit of background on this one, since we're not able to hear Mr. Smith?
Jared, we heard you for a second. Talk again.
Mr. Wall,
Chairman McConaughey, can you hear me now?
it is super, super faint.
Still quiet.
Mr. Wall?
I can generally. I don't have my notes in front of me, but this is the issue of the emergency management plan. Is that what this issue is?
Yeah, it's listed as
Yeah.
adopting the 2019 Salt Lake County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan,
Yeah.
West Jordan City Jurisdictional Annex.
Thank you. The way FEMA works is that the county is required to adopt a multi-jurisdictional plan. To a great extent, it's dictated by, it dictates what has to be in the city plans if the city is interested in recouping FEMA funds subsequent to a disaster. And so this plan, if you can think of two different documents, there's the countywide multi-jurisdictional plan, and then each city is an annex to that plan. This, what you're looking at, is the annex itself, and the legislative body has to approve that annex. Is that okay?
Think that works. Are there any high-level questions?
I have
All
a
right,
lot
I'm
of
seeing one
low-level
hand up
questions.
from Councilmember Whitelock.
My question is just, this says it's the 2019 plan and we're in 2021. Are we really adopting a 2-year-old plan?
Well, the plan was already adopted by the county in 2019, and then each city adopts its annex, and these can change from time to time. Eventually, and I'm not sure what the period would be, I'd have to defer to Mr. Smith, but over time, then there will be a new multi-jurisdictional plan adopted. They're not static, they evolve over the years. I don't know what the period is for each one, whether it's 5 years, 4 years, 6 years, but you'll see this coming again in a number of years.
Can you hear me now, council?
There you are. Yes.
Okay.
Much better.
So, Councilmember Whitelock, let me just address your question. So it's a requirement by FEMA to have these done every 5 years. As Rob said, they do get updated, they do get moved, but we have to officially formally adopt one as a county and as each jurisdiction within the county every 5 years. So this was done, it was completed at the end of 2019. It went through the county government as far as approval goes, and the state has to approve it. And the city, we're just getting caught up here on our end to get this caught up and approve it. So we'll approve it now, then in 2024, we'll take another crack at it again.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Smith? All right. Seeing none, let's move on. Thanks, Jared.
Yep.
Okay, citizen comments. Since we had noted this at a time to be certain, we will be coming back to this one in about 10 minutes. So we can skip forward through these slides. And we can start on the reports to the city council. We'll just go as far as we can. And again, at 7:05, we'll break, go to citizen comments, and then pick up wherever we may have left off. First report to city council is from our council office director, Mr. Anderson.
All right, thank you. And I'm actually going to take this off and get us to the council camera. As you know, for the past couple of months, there's been a lot of construction here in the council chambers, mainly behind the scenes, running cables, adding some new technology. There's 2 large monitors up on the dais for when in the future the council chambers are open to the public. At the last meeting, there was some desire expressed by several of council members to return to the council chambers. There are 4 of you here tonight, as you can see on the camera. We also added some technology. For those that have been in the council chambers previously, we had a projector along the west wall so that people could view development projects and things. We've now added what's called an annotator. And the annotator allows individuals to draw on the screen so we can highlight different projects that are coming. Oh, I got to show the content.
Although the
to make that
annotator is not
happen.
visible to those watching online.
Yeah. So, you know, there's different things that we can do as when you give your reports, we can highlight certain areas or certain zones as we need. They're one of these devices on the council chamber or council chair's position. There's one at the CAO's position. There's one at my position. And then when developers and individuals make presentations to you, there's also one on the lectern here in the center. So, yes.
Sorry, quick, don't know if it's point of personal privilege, but my wife has notified me that my little boys are watching and they're excited to see the video of council chamber and they are not going to bed like they should be. So that is what I tried to scribble out on the annotator. Please, boys, go to bed. Love you, but good night.
Thank you. Yes. So people will be able to participate more effectively at Zoom. I think there's an element of enhanced transparency of the council's work. If you recall, last year, there were several presentations that were made where we used a laser pointer, such as the one that I'm holding, that would go onto the screen, but that would not be transmitted on the YouTube channel that people were viewing. Now with this new technology, the council will be able to be seamless, transparent in projects that are coming forth in the city. And residents who are either here in the council chambers or watching via YouTube or Zoom will be able to have the full experience as if they were here in the meeting. So we think this will be a great addition to the council chambers. Secondly, the second thing I want to do is I have met with Jared Smith, who is our emergency response manager. I've also met with Dave Qualey, who is assisting me in getting legal questions answered on how to return to council chambers. I'm happy to report to you that we can return to council chambers. I have configured the council chambers in such a way that we have social distancing with the public space. I also have configurations for 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 council members, if all 7 of you chose to attend, where we can maintain social distancing, much like what you're doing on the dais right now. We have additional cameras that can help broadcast the council meetings to the community. I will be sending an email to you with all of that information tomorrow that highlights that. But in reality, I think there is a potential where you could open the council chambers to the public in the future, later this year, as we see what happens with the COVID spread. There's obviously a convenience where you'd still continue to do this over Zoom. I see that happening long term. And I will work with the chair and vice chair to continue to do that process of opening up the council chambers to the public as you direct. So the council chambers would be limited to a total of 50 people. So part of that configuration would be your council staff would be here on the west desk. 4 of you would be up on the dais. And if all 7 of you came, the other 3 would be over on the east desk, and we would configure the cameras so that all 7 of you could be viewed at the same time. The department heads and administration would sit in the public area. And that would leave approximately 38 seats for the public to attend in person if they so choose. That stays consistent with the Utah Department of Health guidelines and also the Salt Lake County Health guidelines. So I don't know if you have any questions on those, but I will be sending an email to the council tomorrow outlining all the configurations and possibilities that you can continue to have those dialogues moving forward. And that would be the council office report for tonight. Thank you, Council Member McConaughey.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I did get a quick note from Councilmember Worthen asking if it would be possible to make a motion to take a 5-minute recess before we begin citizen comments at 7:05. Councilmember, I'll just go ahead and for the sake of time, I'll move that we take a 5-minute recess.
I'll second.
Second to Chair Jacob. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we will reconvene promptly at 7:05 to begin citizen comments. Thank you.
I have, I don't like it.
All right, we will reconvene our city council meeting, and we are now at citizen comments. So citizen comments is your only real opportunity during the meeting to be heard by the city council. You can talk about any item that you'd like, whether on the agenda or not. Typically, you're given up to 3 minutes. Let me make sure the timer's good. There we go. You have 3 minutes to speak. Typically, we don't engage in back and forth. It's not really a time to ask questions of the council or staff. Rather, it's a time to share your thoughts. If there is something that requires follow-up, you do have the ability to provide your contact information to Mr. Anderson, who will make sure the appropriate person gets back to you. We do ask that those participating in citizen comments help maintain the decorum of the meeting. And along those lines, we're not accepting any anonymous comments. So if you're participating online, please make sure you share your name. Can you move on to the next slide, Mr. Anderson? So first of all, if you're participating by phone, you can indicate that you'd like to speak by hitting *9, which will raise your hand. If you're participating through the Zoom meeting, you'll see a screen that looks like this. At the bottom, you'll see there's a chat and a raise hand option. Again, we're not responding to anything through the chat. That's for Mr. Anderson to take contact information, have the appropriate person get back to you. When you do hit the raise hand icon, it'll change to green. And then when it's your turn to speak, I'll call on you and you'll see something that looks like this that says the host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can click on it and then you'll be able to speak. Go ahead to the next slide. As you're looking at the screen off on the right side, there's the information how to connect, the meeting number and password. Now, in the past, it had been brought up that there really wasn't a sufficient amount of transparency, so those watching knew where I was coming from. And there was, well, just to clarify, there on occasion are folks that indicate before the meeting begins that they would like to speak in citizen comment. When we were meeting in person, we had a form that people could fill out that would get passed to the chair. The chair would say, looks like Mr. Steve Jones would like to participate in citizen comments. Mr. Jones, please come and address us. In the past, I haven't been as clear as to indicate that somebody has contacted the council office prior to the meeting, shared their desire to participate in citizen comments, provided Mr. Anderson with the phone number. So as we're looking at the participants, we see only a phone number, but it's previously been provided to Mr. Anderson, so we know who it is that wishes to speak. So with that, Mr. Anderson, just for clarity, I've already spoken with him and I know the answer to the question, but for clarity for the public and for the rest of the council, Mr. Anderson, do we have anybody who's indicated that they would like to speak during citizen comments today?
Yes, Miss Alexandra Efremo called yesterday to get the meeting ID and desires to speak to the council.
All right, so we will open this up for her so she can speak. And Ms. Efremo, it should be open for you to speak. You just need to hit *6 so that you can unmute yourself. Again, you want to hit *6. And anybody else from the public who wishes to speak during citizen comments, please hit the little hand icon at the bottom of the screen. Looks like Ms. Efremo is the only one who's dialed in by phone. So anybody else who wishes to speak, just hit the little icon and you can be next in line. And Ms. Efremo, it looks like you've connected. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So I just want to say I don't know what to say. I am very, very disappointed in Councilmember Worley. I called her and as soon as I mentioned the word disappointed, she hung up on me. Then I tried to call her to ask her to call me back. She never, ever called me back. Instead, I'm being charged with harassment, electronic harassment. Thirdly, she said that I called her name. I did not call her name. And Melissa, I will pay for a lie detector test. Melissa said the name that I called her was Pig, P-I-G. Melissa, you are lying. I will pay for a lie detector test. You're an elected official. You interrupt a citizen. You don't return phone calls.
My apologies, Alexander. Point of order has been called, so I need to stop the timer and mute the line momentarily. Councilmember Lamb.
Point of order, I understand your comments. I'm not sure this is the right place to be making those comments towards a council member. It's not something that is becoming of our citizens. And I would ask that, you keep your comments short to, not accuse our current council member of what's been happening.
Mr. Wall, can you help with this?
There we go. Sorry. My advice would be to let her continue her comments.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I do not, let's see. All right. Let me set that back to 2 minutes. Okay, Ms. Efremo. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself again. You'll need to press *6 to unmute. So, Ms. Efremo, since point of order was called and we had to stop during your time, we've put 2 minutes back up on the clock, so you can continue with the remaining 2 minutes. Mr. Wall, is that the
All right.
remedy? Okay.
What I'm saying, Council Chair, you said I could talk about anything. If an elected official is unethical, I feel, why can a citizen not declare the unethics of that person? Melissa hung up on me. She wouldn't return a citizen phone call. She says I called her a name. I did not call her a name. She
Can I call point of order, please?
Asked Mr. Anderson and Worthen went
Chair,
ahead and
can I
said
please
that I
call
called
point of
her
order?
a pig.
One
I
moment.
did not call her a pig. That is a lie. I will take.
Chair, I want to call point of order, please.
My apologies. It takes a second to try and stop someone when the timer is going. I have stopped. Councilmember Worthen called point of order. Please proceed, Ms. Councilmember Worthen.
Regardless if this is coming at me or anybody else on the council or anyone else in the city, it's accusatory things that are untrue, and it's one side of the story. I don't believe we should allow any kind of council comments that are attacking to any of us.
Mr. Wall, could you respond?
And they are untrue.
From what I've heard so far, I'd allow her to continue with the remaining time she has.
All right. I guess my question is, I've heard from two.
No, I'm saying she's a liar.
Sorry, let me remove the ability to unmute and speak there. So, Mr. Wall, we've heard from two members of the council call point of order. I guess I would look to you for direction. Do I proceed? Do I look for a vote of the council to proceed? What is the wisest course of action at this point?
The advice I give the council at this point is to let her continue speaking, irrespective of the truth. She has a right to speak, and the council, who controls the meeting later on, can decide to allow a council member to respond. It's entirely up to you. So whatever time she would have left, I'd allow her to continue. I haven't heard anything so far that would legally allow you to cut her off.
Okay. Based on advice from council, I will open it back up to Alexandra to legal, yes, with respect to legal counsel. Based on the advice of legal counsel, I will allow Ms. Efremo to proceed. We do need to change the timer a little bit because this timer doesn't allow for anything other than a full minute increment. So let me adjust this here real quick. All right. Okay, Ms. Efremo, you should now be able to unmute yourself again. Again, it's *6 to unmute yourself. And then I will start the timer here. There's actually about 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, even though that says 2 minutes. So once it gets to 30 seconds, the timer will be, the time will conclude. So Ms. Efremo, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. All right.
I need help. I am 88 years young. What can a citizen do against illegal accusations? She is lying. I did not call her a pig. I did not. She hung up on me. She said she didn't hang up on me. She did. She is lying. She is saying that I called her a pig. That is not even in my vocabulary. How can a council member lie? How can a council member hang up on a citizen? How can a council member not return a phone call? Please, I need somebody to please get back at me and tell me ethics. Ethics to me is you listen to negative or positive remarks. Ethics is you don't hang up on constituents. Ethics are you return the phone call. Ethics says you don't lie. I did not call her a pig. Please ask Mr. Anderson. Wasn't told Anderson, that's the name that I called her. I did not. I will swear, and I will pay for a lie detector test. I do, as a citizen, I do not respect a council member lying. I did not call her a pig. Please, I want somebody to get back to me.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Efremo. And let me set that there. All right. I do not see anybody else in the online forum who has indicated that they wish to speak. So we will close citizen comments and we will move on. That brings us back to reports to the City Council. And let me check. Okay, Councilmember Whitelock has raised her hand. Councilmember Whitelock.
Thank you, Chair. I feel that having also been the recipient from Mrs. Efremo in the past, I feel that we need to do a couple of things. I think we need to allow Councilmember Worthen to respond if she so chooses. And B, I think we better put something in our rules because this is not the type of behavior that we should have or tolerate at our meetings. It seems to be escalating and it takes away from the decorum of this meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Wall, would you like to respond to that? Or is that something, I guess Councilmember Whitelock, would you like a response from Mr. Wall at this point, or is that something for a later conversation?
I would appreciate that. As I'm in charge of our Council Rules Committee, I'd like to know if we should look into that.
I'm more than happy to meet with you, with the committee and the council, and talk through that. And the council, again, this is your meeting. You do have a time on the agenda for council comments. You could use that, or if you want to comment now, if the majority of the council is okay with that, or if the chair wants to allow it and there's no objection, you can do that also. This is your meeting. Under state law, anything that's brought up in a council meeting, you can, by a resident, you can talk about it. Obviously, you can't make a decision about it, but you can talk about it. And the item that you have on the agenda already for council comment would be an appropriate place to do that if you desire.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Councilmember Worthen has a hand raised. Councilmember Worthen.
I appreciate the opportunity to respond. All I'm going to say is many of us in the city have had to deal with this type of attack, and I'm going to use that word, from Ms. Efremo. And there is recorded proof that what she is saying is untrue. And I have tried to work with her, and unfortunately, she has not been workable. So there is recorded proof of things that she has said and done. It is unfortunate. I wish she was kinder towards all of us, because I think she would be a great asset to our city. And with, as long as she's lived here, if she would just address us in a more kind and compassionate way without name calling, I would be happy to work with her and anybody else in the future for that sake. But we all deserve respect. We all deserve to be spoken to respectfully and civilly. So although I do appreciate her coming to council, I do not appreciate the way she handles herself, nor do I handle the way she speaks to me. or anyone else on this council the stories I've heard, and to our employees. So I would implore her to speak civilly and graciously. Thank you.
Is there anybody else on the council who would like to speak regarding citizen comments before we move on? All right. Well, in that case, we will now return to reports to City Council. We had already heard from the council office. Next up are reports from council members regarding specific assignments representing the council committees and whatnot that you may serve on. Anything that needs to be shared with the council. We'll start with Councilmember Whitelock.
Thank you. Monday was Western Growth, and the main topic there was basically roads. And you all have seen last year their resolution, and I sent you one today, but I know that for me on council days, usually I don't have time to read things that I get that day or that afternoon. So totally understand if you haven't, but what they're asking, and South Jordan has already done this, is they've passed a resolution, and I also sent that to you of support of the resolution. So I guess I would ask that you review it and let me know if it's something that we have 4 or more that want to pursue doing our own city resolution, so that I can work with Mr. Anderson on that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Worthen.
I've got a couple of reports. As far as the budget committee goes, Denise is going to be speaking with all of us shortly here, so I'll just go ahead and let her take that there. Jordan School District Board of Education held their elections yesterday. Tracy Miller will now be their president, or I believe it's president chair. Bryce Dunford is vice president, and Marilyn Richards is second vice president. Currently, they have received 2,080 doses of the vaccine for their employees ages 55 and older. That is distributed through a calculation through the county of how many the county gets and how many employees that Jordan School District has. They approximately have about 8,000 employees, and they are going to distribute those doses this Friday at 4 different locations at different middle schools throughout the Jordan School District, and CNS will be performing those. So that's some good news. Vaccine is not required by the Jordan School District, but they do have many of the teachers that are signing up for it. As far as events go, we do have legislative roundups starting. They are going to be online this year. In the past, they've been at the various hospitals throughout the western side, but obviously with COVID this year, they're going to hold them online. They are from 8 a.m. till 9:30 a.m. starting January 23rd, and will run through the legislative session. If you need a link to that, let me know. I'll be happy to send that over to you. You can also get it through our Chamber West, and Barbara would be happy to send that to you as well. I believe that's all. Oh, the other thing is you all should have received emails from me for January's events, and then also now February's events. As you look through the emails, they give you some different ideas of things to do. I'm always happy to hear feedback. If you guys have some ideas and things you want to do or how to participate. The February event, I do ask for some volunteers and some signups. So, check those out and then just get back with me on those. I'd appreciate it. And then, like I said, anytime you have any feedback on it, happy to hear about it. But we've got some great events coming up. I believe we got Hat Day on the National Hat Day on the 15th. So I hear we're going to get some pretty cool things going on with the mayor there. And I got a couple ideas for you guys as well. And then we also have National Sweatpants Day on the 21st, which I think a lot of us can relate to lately with, business on the top and party on the bottom. So, and I just stole that from Tawny, so I have to give her credit for that. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Councilmember Green.
I was just going to report that Councilmember Jacob and I went out with the mayor out to station, and Council Director Anderson went out to Fire Station 55 to hear residents' concerns about the AMI tower. There was some good feedback. We'll let the mayor's office, since it's mainly administrative, we'll let the mayor's office work on that and help him come up with, and if he wants help with some solutions, we'll be glad to help him. But we were there to hear the citizens' comments and look forward to working with the mayor on that project.
All right. Any other reports from the council? Okay, next up is give me just a moment. My apologies. I did not have that up.
I can tell you what the
Report. Next up is the mayor's report. My apologies, Mayor. Please proceed.
Not a problem. First of all, I want to start off and thank Councilmember Worthen for assisting me in attending the Jordan School Foundation meeting for me earlier this week. And she did a good job on taking notes and following through on that. So thank you, Councilmember, for that. And also, as you heard, Councilmember Jacob and Green that attended the neighborhood meeting about the video antenna tower. So thank you for joining me in that as well. Well, Happy New Year. It's been a whole year that we have been organized as this council. You guys have done a great job. You have a lot of good to show for it. I'm looking forward to serving with you a new year in 2021, which will be different than 2020 and different than 2019. So I look forward to that and working there with you. Earlier this week, during the Jordan River Commission, or was it last week? I can't remember. On virtual meetings all run together. Anyway, they selected a new leadership in the Jordan River Commission, and I was selected as vice president. So that will be exciting. I'm happy about that because the Jordan River is a big part of West Jordan, and we've been involved with that for many years. I'm happy to serve him on that committee. Earlier today, I attended an event with the Salt Lake Home Builders Association. And at that event, that's why Melissa filled in for me earlier today, I got to meet with the well-known bow tie economist. And he was the keynote speaker, and we took a few minutes and collaborated afterwards and talked about specific West Jordan and some of the needs we have there. And I was impressed with some of the ideas and things he had. And we may be seeing him here in West Jordan sharing some other things with us because we have a lot of economic happening here. We want to continue to do things in the right way as it goes forward. There are a lot of other things happening. I'm going to end it here because the CAO report and many people at him have lots to say because we had an extra couple of weeks from our last meeting. So unless you have any questions, that's all I have for right now.
Any questions for Mayor Burton? There do not appear to be any. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to the CAO's report with Corbin Lee. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the mayor mentioned, we have quite a bit to share with you during the CAO report today. We'll try to keep it brief, but there's been a lot going on. So we've tried to hit the new year running and accomplish quite a bit in the community. I'd like to start the CAO report with an update, a legislative update and an outreach update from Tawny, and then have our fire chief, Derek Maxfield, give you an update on some staffing issues in the fire department. And then I'd like you to get an update on the water bond refinancing that we just completed from our finance director, Denise Steck. And then finally, a report on a few items happening in public works from Brian Clegg and Isaac Astell.
Thank you, Corbin. Council, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight and nice to see some of you here back in City Hall. We've missed you. I have a couple of things to report to you. I'll start by sharing some information and an update about the ADU survey that you've asked us to assist with. We do have about 100 survey results that have come in at this point. Most of them are generally, and we'll give you a full report at a later date via email, but the results coming in do seem to be generally supportive, with the largest question mark coming around parking. People are as you know, on this survey, we asked an open-ended question, which we haven't done in the past, and most of the open-ended responses have to do with parking. That is a very large concern. So we'll be sharing that again this next week and wrapping that up to prepare final notes for you. You'll receive the 500 analysis on the 500 responses that were pulled in 2019, as well as the responses from this particular survey. And you'll see those via email from Alan. And you'll be able to dive in and read that before your next meeting. I believe you have ADUs on the agenda at that time. Any questions about that before I move on to legislative matters? Okay, seeing none. I'm really excited, not excited, for the legislative session to start. We got some news today from the president, the leadership of the Senate and House, indicating that they have made the decision, the difficult decision, to shut the Capitol down to the public due to safety issues starting tomorrow and moving forward through the session. That's an indefinite extension, and they said they'll let us know if things change. That means that your liaison, myself, the mayor, you guys, our lobbyists, will not be able to meet with legislators up on the Hill this session, which is a little bit more challenging. So it's even more important this year that you reach out to your representatives, our representatives, by phone and by email, and share your thoughts on pending legislation. With that said, I will be issuing a tracking sheet that covers all of the bills we'll be tracking for the coming legislative session. You should see that next Tuesday as we start the session. That will be updated weekly and distributed to you. And you'll be able to review those items. We will be tracking a large number of bills. For bills that are of particular import for the city, you'll see those highlighted in the tracking sheet. Each week I'll be giving you guys, or each council meeting, I'll be giving you guys an update on the five-ish bills that are really important or require attention right away. I do think there's going to be a lot of discussion surrounding House Bill 98, which is the inspection bill. We with the league have had some conversation with the representative. It doesn't appear that there's going to be much room for compromise on this one. And so I anticipate that we're going to be asking you to reach out to legislators on that one fairly frequently. We're also closely watching, as you know, the legislation on ADUs. And then there are probably right now 5 or 6 other bills that we're watching pretty closely, including a Senate bill, I think it's Senate Bill 61, that has to do with outdoor billboards that would allow any billboard throughout the city to be automatically turned into an electronic billboard without going through any registration or oversight or anything like that. So a lot to talk about this session. I'm looking forward to chatting with you as we go through the session. If you have things in particular you'd like me to highlight during my report, please feel free to reach out and I'll make sure to include it. Any questions about legislative initiatives or anything like that?
Hey, Tawny, this is Kelvin.
Yeah.
In your tracker, will you, and maybe also get with the mayor, maybe the chief of police, I'd be interested in tracking HB 154, the one that was put out on the use of force. Yep. And how that affects our police department, and if that's something we want to support or not.
Thank you, council member. I do have that on my list, and I'll add to your comments that we are so very lucky to have Chief Valentine in the city. I rarely go to a meeting where we talk about legislation in the coming session, particularly with the focus on law enforcement, that I'm not told that I am so lucky to work with Chief Valentine, and I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right. As mentioned, Corbin asked if I would just give a brief update on some staffing things that we've got going on in the fire department right now. At the end of the year, we had 2 retirements, Eric Anderson, who was with the city for 21 years, and Roger Hampton, who was also with the city for about 20 years. They both retired, creating some openings. We also had an opening that we hadn't filled, so we are in the process right now of doing interviews to fill those positions. We've been doing interviews all day yesterday and today, and hope to have those positions filled soon. Those new recruits will attend a recruit academy at West Valley beginning February 22nd that will last about 8 to 10 weeks, and then we'll get them out in the field. Along with that, as you'll recall, Battalion Chief Brian Crump retired a few months ago and created an opening for a battalion chief. We're just wrapping up a battalion chief selection process and hope to have an announcement within the next week or 2 on who that new battalion chief will be. That move will also create a captain opening, and we will make a promotion shortly after that as well. So a lot of exciting things going on in the fire department, and just wanted to give you an update. Any questions?
I am not seeing any questions. Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Council, I think I'm up now to report on the bond sale. Do you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Great. We had a successful sale this morning between 8:30 and 9:30 on the open market of our water debt service refunding of the 2013 and 17 series. We were only on the market for an hour, and we sold our bonds by 3 times, which gave us a pricing advantage in reducing the yields on those bonds. So they were in high demand today. We captured a net savings on those bonds over the next 9 years of $330,000. I'd like to thank Stiefel and Piper Sandler, who are underwriters, for their assistance in selling these bonds. And let you know that Piper Sandler is a major underwriter on the market. And one of the comments that they gave to us after the sale was that it is very unusual for us to see someone come to them for a refunding, extending only 3 years, which we're only extending to 2030, and still capturing over $330,000 in savings to the taxpayer, or to water users, not the taxpayers, I apologize. But this savings will assist us in managing the cash flow of the water fund and normalizing some of that outflow. So we're very excited about this bond refunding, and let you know that it is complete, and we will be closing on the funds on February 9th.
I guess it's my turn, Council Chair. This is Brian.
Thank you, Denise. Brian.
Just a couple updates, 3 updates. Made a visit out to the U-111 tank repair site this afternoon. The excavator, or the contractor, they were able to excavate down and get to both the inlet and the outlet pipe. They did find the leak on the outlet side. We're hopeful that they'll be cutting that pipe out and replacing both the inlet and the outlet pipes on that tank. So we'll have all new piping that's seismically fitted for that type of water with the water tank. It was leaking at a seismic joint, so that tells you that the damage was done due to the earthquake. The other couple projects, the contractor started construction on the Jordan River Trail bridge project. They're starting on the Lucky Clover Bridge, on the north side of the trail there. They'll be removing that small bridge and installing a box culvert where pedestrians will be able to, where the trail will go around once they lay the asphalt and get the box culvert in. They'll install the box culvert this week and start pouring wing walls next week. So hopefully for the next couple of weeks, that bridge will be, or the box culvert will be in place, and the trail will be opened up in that area. Then they'll move on to the 7800 South Side Bridge, the old railroad bridge that goes from West Jordan to Midvale. They'll be moving there after they finish the Lucky Clover side. This is a little bit more in-depth project where it'll take a little longer and we'll have trail closures. I don't know the extent of the trail closures yet until we get a closure plan from the contractor. They'll be removing that bridge, installing a new bridge, and demolishing the old bridge and hauling it off. So they'll have a pretty good area for mobilization. Hence why they need to close the trail for safety. And just one last thing on the trail. I don't know if a lot of you guys get down on the trail, but I just want to hats off to Kyle Bird's crew. With the warm weather, he's been able to spend more time down on the trail and get some needed maintenance work completed down there, opening up and clearing out picnic areas and spraying and mowing, noxious weed control. Pruning of trees too. He's lifting trees for security reasons down there. So if you guys get a chance, you might go down on the trail and take a look. Hats off to his crew though. He's done a great job down there. And that's all I got. Thank you. I'll turn the time over to Isaac.
Hello, council members. I just wanted to show you a couple quick photos of progress we've made down at the Big Bend project. Let's see, I apologize, Sam, I can't share my screen.
Give us just one moment here for you to share the screen, Mr. Anderson. We'll have to stop sharing his.
Okay.
While we're waiting for that, I just want to echo what Brian said about the work that the parks guys have done out on the Jordan River. It's impressive. You can talk about it for a bit, but you go out there and what they've been able to clear and clean up, they have done a lot of work during some of this time that should have been crazy cold. So hats off to them. There's a really impressive crew over there. So anyway, Isaac, you should be able to share now.
Can you see?
We're seeing your screen. Yes.
Okay. So this first page is just, the top photo is a picture that was taken after the first phase of things that were happening down at the Big Bend. And the second photo on that page is what the progress as of last Friday from a similar angle. The next page here, these are just close-ups of the banks. You can see there was an 8 to 12 foot drop in the bank, and the one below that is a photo from today. They're actually putting the ground cover on and planting right now, and that portion of the project will be done. And then this last one is just another angle of the project, the amount of the project that we've been able to complete over the last 6 weeks. Any questions or?
So when's this project supposed to be done?
So the main portion of the project has to be done before March 15th, which is the normal high water start point for the season. There will be some wrap up behind after that of additional watering and planting. The Jordan River Commission has provided us 200 additional trees that will be planted in here, along with what was part of this contract. And then we, as soon as this is done, we have another $350,000-$400,000 in grant money that we will be putting into increasing the depth of the pond for the next phase of this project. And I would just throw out, if there's a time that anybody would like to go down and see this in person, we'd be happy to take you down there.
So I guess a follow-up question on the pond. The pond's not going to be complete, or is it going to be open for fishing this spring and then it'll be worked on and become deeper?
So there's at least 2 more phases to the pond portion of this. The first portion of that is we've got to get it deep enough for fish to survive in there. And that's what is being designed right now. We'll be those plans the project will go out to bid mid-March, because the grant money has to be spent by June for that portion of it. So we'll make it deeper. There'll be some rocks and some tree stumps that'll be set down in there for habitat. And then we'll bring the water back up to a level that where it needs to be for now. I don't foresee it being fishable this next year, as there's several other steps that we have to take, putting a trail in and putting some safety features in.
Cool, thank you.
So different spin on the same same question. At what point will it be opened up, fences removed, so the public can get back there and access that area?
Well, there's at least 4 more phases for the entire project to be done, and we're still in the process of negotiating access to the property through Rocky Mountain Power. So we'll have open public access to it. So that's up in the air right now. Unfortunately, I couldn't give you a more specific date.
Council, this project, as you know, was when it was approved to be done, did not have funding to go with it, but it was going to be as you go, as you can find grant funding to do the project sort of thing. And so Isaac has done a really tremendous job since starting here in terms of managing these latest rounds of the project and getting the grant money spent that's coming due. But the completion of future phases will be dependent upon our ability to get additional grants largely. That's Mr. Chair, that's all I have for CIO report today.
All right, any questions for Mr. Lee or the CAO's office?
I do.
Chair Jacob.
Thank you, Acting Chair McConaughey. My question is actually for Brian. I think I've just been reached out and I keep meaning to email you this, and I figure, well, I got you here. Nobody's paying attention in the public anyway too much. Here's a question for you. The railroad crossing that was recently redone on 7800 South near the airport, about 4600 West or so, is very much like a speed bump / launch ramp. I just wonder if that was by design or if that's still going to be maybe leveled off. I get a lot of people asking me about that.
No, it's not by design. That's just the grade that we ended up with when we did the overlay. In the beginning, UTA granted us permission to go up to the tracks. Generally, they don't do that. After the overlay, we were going to go back in and micro mill and try to take care of some of that, the grade there. UTA has shut us down on that. So really now it's a UTA issue.
Good to know. I'll pass that along. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other question for the CAO's office? Okay, not seeing any hands raised. So we will move on to our unfinished business report. These are the items that are out there pending. We've had updates on most of these. Some of these dates need to be updated a little bit, but there's no action imminent needed from the council in the next meeting or two. So we will proceed from here. On to our consent items. So we've got 2 items out there for consent. I've not heard a request to have anything withdrawn. So I would look to the council for a motion.
I'll move to approve consent items 5A and 5B.
Motion by Councilmember Green, second by Councilmember.
I'll second that. Thank you.
By Councilmember Pack. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. Cindy.
Thank you. We'll start with Councilmember Lamb
Yes.
and Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
and Chair Jacob.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0.
All right, moving on, that will bring us to our public hearing for the evening. If you would like to participate in the public hearing, again, it's the same information as we had for citizen comments. So we'll go ahead and go forward another slide or two. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. So public hearing 6A is our budget amendment. And this is for the amendment for the 2020-21 year. Now, this public hearing is a little bit different. We wanted to have a work session in conjunction with this, but given the time constraints on the meeting, we just didn't have the ability to do that. Prior council meeting, we saw it was actually helpful to have a work session and then the same night also have a public hearing, but no intention to take action during that same meeting, rather wait until the subsequent meeting. The nice thing about this is if there is any feedback from the public, anything that comes up during the public hearing that needs to be incorporated, we have time to do that before our next meeting. So during tonight's the information that's shared about the budget amendment, just keep in mind that if there is any change that needs to be made, we're not planning on actually adopting this tonight. The motion that will be requested is that this be brought back as a business item at our next council meeting. So we will still be proceeding with the public hearing. So if anybody from the public wants to chime in, tonight is definitely the night to do so. That being said, I have been looking back and forth at the council and not at the screen and failed to allow Denise to speak. And she'll be able to speak to this one much better than anybody else. So I think we fixed that.
I can speak now. Thank you.
Sorry about that. You're good to go.
It's all good. Are you going to run the slideshow then, Chair?
When Mr. Anderson gets back to his desk, he will advance the slides, yes.
We need to get him to run quicker.
It was a brisk shuffle.
Okay, so Council, we're bringing to you a large budget amendment, not so much, well, there's a lot of money, but there is also a lot of items on that. So we're going to quickly go through them in this PowerPoint. I did send you, and there's attached to the agenda, a memo dated January 7th outlining more details than's included in the slide, but the slides or the presentation should provide you with enough information. And if you have comments, please speak up. So we are bringing you the general fund first, and what we're bringing you is what we would call a balanced budget. And a balanced budget means that our revenues will equal our expense. We are not going to be asking to use reserves after this budget amendment. Our original budget that you adopted at the end of June for this fiscal year did use partial reserves of $2.5 million. We are going to be removing that request and filling it with additional revenue. The budget amendment increases our revenue by to $65.8 million and our expense to the exact same dollar amount. So if you'll go to the next slide, we will go over the revenues first. When we talked about adopting a budget, there's two things that we have to separate, and one is ongoing and the other is one time. If there's revenue that's ongoing, that means that we can count on that moving forward, and we'll be building it into the next budget year. If it's one time, that means that we can't count on it other than right now, and we will not be building it into the next budget year. So sales tax growth for our city during the pandemic was anticipated to be decreased. However, because of the structure of the businesses in our city or the types of businesses that we have in our city, as well as federal aid to the public, which incentivized some additional spending, and the stay-home orders that had the public sheltering in place in their homes, they were buying things at home instead of going out and buying them at a mall or at another store. And so what that did is that increased the sales tax in our community because everything was being shipped to their homes, not shipped to or not delivered at the store. That increased our sales tax substantially. The message is that the sales tax or the sales demands, the types of things that our residents are wanting, are not quite being met in our community. They're going outside of our community for those things. Now they're going online for those things. I really hope that we can continue that behavior in our community because it's very helpful for us. But we would anticipate a growth of 5%, which is the average that we've been getting over time. It's about $3 million more than we budgeted. And that's what we will count for in our next budget as well. So $3 million is ongoing sales tax growth. Our telecom tax is actually decreasing. We see that as a permanent change. What we're seeing is those people that had landlines, when their finances are being restricted a bit, they're canceling those landlines, which takes away our telecom tax, and any additional cell phones that may have talk time on them, not data, which doesn't give us telecom tax. They're reducing that as well. So we're seeing a decrease. We've been seeing this for many, many years actually, but this year it was more substantial than usual. Vehicles fee in lieu of, we are reducing as well by $60,000. What we see in times of constriction with the economy is that people put off buying a new car. And usually those delays are 2 to 3, sometimes 5 years. In 2008 with the restriction, it was 5 years. After 5 years, those generally come back because the cars they're driving are just not doing the job anymore. And so they'll go out and buy a new car, but they try to delay those purchases in times when they're not sure about the economy quite yet. So we've got a reduction of that. I call it permanent only because I think it will be through the next 2 budget years, and then we'll probably see an uptick, but we'll address that at that time. Our transient room tax, I'm sorry, our vehicle tax, that was the next one, and the annual grants based on actual collection. We have received additional, this is interesting, I'm just talking about restriction in the economy, and then we get more state liquor tax. So not only are people staying at home, but they're also drinking more alcohol. So we received $120,000 of additional state, or I'm sorry, $10,000 additional dollars in our budget in state liquor tax. We're going to call that ongoing because typically when that tax increases, it kind of stays at that level. And so we're going to keep that there. And the RDA, we are changing the budget to what we actually are allowed to take from the RDA, which is 2% of some of those areas for administration. One time is CARES Act money. So we did receive about $6.8 million of COVID-19 federal funds to assist us with public safety and public health, and also to assist local economies in the response or economic changes due to COVID. Now, part of that money was receipted in last year. So this year we're receiving $5.19 million in CARES Act money, $2.5 million of additional sales tax that we would call one time based on what we think is just pandemic related, people staying in our community and staying home. We are reducing that transient room tax. We think that will come back once things open up, likely this summer, but we're hopeful for the next summer as well. Park reservations, we reduced those as well. We didn't receive anything during our last summer, and we're hopeful for this next summer, but we won't receive too many reservations until that point. So we've reduced the revenue expectations for those for this year only. We canceled Demolition Derby this year and Healthy West Jordan, so we're removing the anticipated revenue from those. Things that were good, our permits are up from development by about $300,000 from our budget. So we're adding that one-time revenue. Those permits historically are about $1.8 to $2.1 million. We don't want to count on that money because that can go away quickly. And so we are calling it one-time money and the sale of assets and contributions. So we've sold some junk that was sitting in the public works yards. We've sold them at auction and received some funds for them. So those are the revenues. Ongoing expenses, what we're asking you to do is to allocate back our park seasonal budget back to where it was. We cut it in half when we were cutting the budget last year. The Parks Department has used the majority of their budget through last spring and summer, and we'll need to start ramping back up park maintenance this spring. So we're going to ask you for $256,500 as a restoration of service to the Parks Department. And then we're going to ask you to reduce the budget, which is good, to transfer debt service to the public safety impact fees. What we found during the audit was that some of the debt that was being covered by the general fund is actually eligible to be paid for by impact fees. And so we're going to take advantage of that. One-time changes, we do have a lot of work going on with those developments that we received extra revenue for, and that we will be receiving extra revenue for in permitting fees. But we had to hire a land use attorney that is doing a lot of work with us on some of those master plan development communities and the land use. So we have already extended the city attorney's budget. We're asking for $109,000 of one-time money to help with the costs of that land use attorney. The next one's kind of a legacy program. Because we do have one-time funds at this point in time, what we're asking is there is a retiree insurance program that was put into place several years ago that we are carrying a large liability for. When our employees retire, we are limiting the amount of payment that they receive for the leave time that they've accrued during their service to $5,000 a year instead of paying them out in completion. This would be for their sick time. We no longer have the program at the same level as it was, but there are some retirees that would retire with $25,000, $30,000, $40,000, or $50,000 worth of sick leave time on the books. They were under this program eligible for the payout of that money, but the city had an agreement that they would only pay them $5,000 a year. So some of these retirees are waiting 7, 8, 9, 10 years for their total payout from the city of something that has been due to them. It was done to manage cash flow at the time, but I don't believe that that's a problem anymore. We are asking you to fund this program in its entirety, to push the money into a separate fund, and that we are working with our human resources staff to structure a program that will allow us to provide those funds to those retirees so that it's still in a tax shelter similar to what they have now, but that will benefit them in their retirement program instead of the city holding their money interest-free. That's what that money is for. It would also get the retirees off of our health plan. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say there's a question from Councilmember Pack.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Question, Denise, on that, when you're talking about tax shelter for employees, I just wanted to get clarification. Can they opt to take a one-time lump sum payment or continue to disperse that out so that they don't take a huge tax hit in 1 year, receiving that $30,000 or $40,000 or $50,000? Is it at their discretion when you're talking about having a separate account for it?
We are actually still working through the details on that plan. We don't have all of it ironed out quite yet. We're just asking for the funding of this program to get the liability funded in full so that we have options to be able to provide our retirees with. There are several options that are out there. There's a retiree health account option, retiree savings account options, opportunities for them to roll it into other vehicles that will still be provide them tax shelter. But we would work with our retirees and our employee association and our executive team to put together a structure that would be fair and reasonable for everyone. So we are working on it still.
Well, thank you. And then just to follow up to that, has it been costing the city any more money? Meaning, do we have to pay them a percentage that is kind of a COLA, cost of inflation? For instance, if we're holding on to their accrued sick leave for 5-6 years, obviously there's inflation through those years. Was there any adjustment for inflation or COLA through that time that was costing the city any money or the employees?
There was nothing, which is one of the reasons that we really think that the right thing to do would be to work on getting this program off of our books. In addition, having retirees on an insurance program sometimes increases our liability on insurance as well. So those are all things we have to talk about and discuss and figure out. We don't have all the details quite yet, but we do have worked with other cities on what plans they have for their retirees sick leave payouts. Ours is very unusual. And we're working with them to identify options that are more in line with what a lot of other government agencies do, And we're also working with our retirement systems to figure out what is the best way for us to manage this. It's very unusual for an organization to be able to say, we will only give you a portion of your leave time at a time.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks. Any other questions about that one? That's kind of a big number. It's $1.1 million. Okay, the next thing is to transfer the capital projects, the remaining balance that's remaining there to our capital projects funds. As you know, we've talked about this quite often. Our capital project funds for general fund projects, which means projects you want that aren't paid for by development fees or by the state or UDOT. We had no money. We had $177 for roads, $213 for parks, and about $1.5 million for building maintenance, which we needed. In addition, we had some reserves for like the community arts center, but our funds were very limited. This would replenish those funds to a point where those projects could get taken care of. You could have a road project that you want, or we could increase some road maintenance projects in excess of BNC funds. This would be very helpful to your plan for maintenance of the city, whether it's parks, roads, buildings, or another project. So that's what that remaining amount is. The next section for the general fund is CARES Act. Our original plan was to put CARES Act into the grants fund. However, the federal government continued to change the way that they allowed spending. And so to take advantage of this, the best way possible would be to assist us with our personnel needs of police and fire. At first, the federal government said that you couldn't use it for anything that was budgeted already. Well, we had already budgeted our police and firefighters, but as time went on and the stresses continued on local governments, they recognized that that probably wasn't the best advice, and they changed their advice to use all of these funds to fund your public safety personnel costs. We did not fund all of it to personnel costs because we had other needs. We needed to increase our technology. We needed to change the way some of our facilities were organized to create opportunities for people to social distance while they worked, or for the public to come into the facilities and receive services while still being socially distanced. So we did spend some money on that, but we spent the remaining of it on personnel costs for public safety. So that assisted us in providing that additional transfer to capital projects in the general fund, and for decreasing our use of revenues or reserves as we had budgeted previously. So CARES Act money will restore our reserves by taking care of those public safety personnel costs. Are there any questions about CARES Act or any of the other expenses we're asking?
I have one.
Okay.
On that CARES Act where it paid for technology, does that leave us? I'm assuming that freed us up some money in the IT, whatever fund we want to call that, the funds, IT issues and software and those kind of things. Is that right?
Yes, it did. We did alleviate some of the stress on the IT management fund, especially for some of that software and hardware replacement. So yes, it does leave some of that money available.
Do you think there's enough wiggle room that if the council decided that agenda management software was a priority, that we could use some of that funds to do that?
I do believe that there probably is space for the council to do that. Or it could be that the council wants to consider that as we bring the budget to you in May. But it is up to the council's will what they would like us to do with that.
Cool. Yeah, for me, I just assume jump on the bandwagon of the agenda management processes sooner than later and not wait till next budget year if there's some money. So I already just saw one thumbs up for that. So, all right, that's something for us that maybe we can get into the nitpicking numbers with you later on. But I think that's, I don't know about anybody. I see two staff members on the west wall nodding their head.
So that may be something that we can get the nitpicky numbers and start to pursue. And Rob
Councilman,
laughed, so never mind. Thank
Can-
you.
Can I just add one comment? I just caution that the agenda management software program has a big one-time cost up front, but it also need to account for the ongoing cost. The CARES Act money that kind of replaced some of the needs we were trying to address in the IT fund was all one-time money. So in your thinking, make sure you're accounting for that. And I would caution that anything we're doing there, let's make sure we're talking through it with Robert Allred as well, because there may be other needs that he's aware of in that IT area too. So let's just make sure we get his input.
I understand that, but and we're not going to ignore the one-time expenses, and we understand there's an implementation cost, but honestly, if the council sees it a priority, it's a priority. So and it will benefit honestly, it'll do more than benefit the executive branch or the legislative branch, because it'll also help, generally it helps the planning commission and those kind of things speed stuff up too. So it's just something that I wanted to, that I think we need to take a look at. And if we honestly, if we say, well, we don't have the money now, we don't have, and we keep getting pushback, we're never going to implement this. And it's something that we need to have to move the city forward. So yes, I understand your concerns and I understand the practicalities and where things go, but I think it's something that the council needs to discuss and decide if we want to go down that road.
We will make sure though that we get everybody at the table and let everybody have a chance to chime in on that for sure.
Okay. Alan, would you go a couple more slides ahead to the Class C roads? There's a road on it. There you go. All right, the next budget amendment that we're going to talk about is Class C road funds. What we're seeing is we are seeing a reduction in the revenue of Class C road funds. These funds come from the tax dollars of fuel sales, and as the pandemic has worn on, fuel sales obviously reduced as people stayed home. I think that going forward, I'm hopeful that these will come back. But, we're seeing a change in business and people, we've got a lot of people that say they're going to stay home permanently and work. So I'm not sure where this is going to land, but for this year, we've seen a $75,000 reduction in our allocations so far. We may even see a further reduction as the year goes on. So we need to reduce revenues in the Class C road funds. As you can see, Class C road funds are ending with about $500,000 of reserves, and we get about $4 million a year. This is where we do all the pavement maintenance, overlays, that kind of maintenance. So next slide. Okay, we're going to talk about the Capital Projects Fund. This is where you just saw that we were going to transfer from the general fund $4.7 million. Or almost $4.8 million from the general fund. That's the one-time money. We're going to bring it over to the Capital Projects Fund. I am combining the roads, parks, and buildings Capital Projects Fund so that you are able to use them on the projects as you see fit, instead of saying, well, we got to transfer from parks to roads or roads to buildings or whatever. So this report combines all of them. We also got a reimbursement from UDOT for the impact that they had on one of their projects on one of our areas, which was Dixie Park. They took down a pavilion and a playground, and they purchased a bit of our property. We got $238,900 from that impact from them. And then I have an estimate from Dave Naylor to restore the park playground is about $140,000. So we're asking for an increase in expense for that. We're asking to remove the Community Arts Center budget back into reserves as a restricted reserve. So it's going to still sit there. I don't want you to worry about that, but we're not going to build it between now and June. So I think that we just need to put it back in the reserves and not have it sitting in the budget. And then we have a couple projects that we didn't finish by June 30th of last year that need to be carried forward. Don't usually or am not required to bring these to you. Usually they can just carry forward because you've approved the project. But I like to bring them to you because I think that it's helpful for you to know that they're still moving forward. One of them is the 70th South 15th West Pedestrian Bridge. That's a UDOT project that we're managing. And then the 7800 South 40th to 48th West. I know a portion of that's been done already, but it's the remaining portion of it from the airport road west. And then Maple Hills Park, we had started the design budget of $500,000 in last year's budget, but we didn't get a lot of that done. So it's just moving forward into the Maple Hills Park budget this year. So the capital projects fund is changing by an increased revenue of $5 million and a decreased expense of $4.4 million. On the memo that I gave you, you're going to see the capital project fund has a lot of money in it. It has almost $27 million. But what you need to remember is the grayed out portion under the ending balance shows you how that's restricted. So 4 million of it is UDOT projects. So we can't use that outside of those projects. 5.7 million of it is road impact fees, which means it's growth of new roads, and they're roads that are identified in the development master plan. Park impact fees are $5 million of it. That's for, again, new park projects like Maple Hills Park and Ron Wood Park. That's what those are going to be spent on. And the Community Arts Center at 5.7 million. If you approve this budget amendment, we will have unrestricted general funds after these projects of $6.3 million. So going into the next budget year, you will have some room to be able to accomplish some of the things that you may want to in our community. Okay, next slide. Any questions?
Councilmember Pack had a question.
Oh, thank you. I think that hand is just lingering from before, but as I mean, I guess I can hold my comments until the end of Denise's great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Ellen, if you can go to the next slide, that will show you what I was just saying. The grayed out portion under there shows you exactly where all that $27 million goes. Sometimes we see the big number, that $27 million, and think, wow, we've got a lot of money, or we have too much money. It's not really our money. It's already been restricted by some other legislative action outside of yourself or under your own legislative action, like the Community Arts Center. Okay, next slide. All right, so the fleet fund is our next budget amendment. We are going to increase revenue very small. These are just corrections in the budget and reconciling some of the revenues to expenses. So we're adding $5,600. There is a large increase in expense though. That has to do with some of the purchases that are carried forward from last year that weren't complete at year end. We issued a lease for fire trucks and an ambulance, 2 fire trucks and an ambulance in 2019, but we haven't received all of the vehicles yet. So we have about $800,000 sitting in this fund that are lease proceeds that go to those things that are being built right now. So we're asking to continue to buy those, which they're in production already. And then the police had a Ford Transit 350, which is one of those kind of big vans that they were purchasing and having, equipment installed that didn't get delivered on time either. So we'll be paying for that out of this budget amendment as well. We had an accident with a large piece of public works equipment that pretty much took out most of our damage reserve, which was about, the accident cost about $50,000 to repair this piece of equipment. And so we're needing to give the fleet fund back some money so that they can continue to fix anything that they may need to do for damage repair. Typically we spend somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 a year. So it pretty much took out the full year. And then remember we talked about that we're going to buy out our police leases and start purchasing our vehicles because it will save the city and the taxpayers money. part of that lease buyout was calculated incorrectly by the leasing agency. And so we had a correction there. And then we also have a risk management assessment. And interestingly, the lease agency also forgot to have us buy out some of our vehicles 2 years ago. So they found them in their inventory. We searched our inventory for payment, thinking there's no way somebody would forget to have us pay them $187,000. But they clearly did. And so they have asked us to make that payment since we still have the vehicles. And we do owe them that money, but that was an interesting mistake on their behalf. Any questions about the fleet fund?
Is it good that we're going to stop leasing if they can't figure out that we owe them? I can't run a business where I didn't charge somebody $187,000. Never mind.
I kind of have the same thought at some point. I'm struggling to understand that as well. It's been an interesting relationship. So we will save considerably in our integrity and spending by purchasing our own police vehicles instead of leasing them. All right, the next fund that we're going to talk about is CDBG. The CDBG is really just a correction budget amendment. It doesn't change a lot for the CDBG fund, except that it corrects the budget to the HUD approved budget. So when we adopt our budget, it's what we're recommending to HUD, but they don't approve it typically until after we've adopted our budget. So they did not approve our budget as it was presented to them. We didn't have some of the right allocations there. This budget comes to you as it is approved by HUD for us to spend. We also had some cash on hand, which we shouldn't have for CDBG. It's a reimbursement grant, so we should never have any cash on hand, but we ended up with some cash on hand. So we are going to be spending that first, and then we will be spending our CDBG allocations. So this corrects the budget and it becomes HUD approved. Our grants fund, we are just moving that CARES Act money back to the general fund. And then we have two grants. We have the Walmart bike helmet grant, which I think that you all heard about from the fire department, when they did their performance measures, and an out of area fire assistance. So we did go out of state with some of our equipment and firefighters, and we are waiting on reimbursement from the state of Utah, who then bills the other state for those funds. So we should be getting that as well. So we're just moving everything around out of the grants fund. Impact fee funds. Remember in the general fund, I said we're reducing our expense. This is bringing that debt service over to the police and fire impact fee fund. The debt service was actually to build Station 54. So it has a substation in it as well, which is why police contributes to it, but it is considerably a fire station that was built due to development. So it is eligible for impact fee reimbursement. And finally, the water fund. So the water fund, our ending balance after our budget was almost $10 million, but we had several projects or construction projects that were not complete at year end. So we're going to have to continue working on those, which would bring the fund balance down to $5.7 million. So if you can go to the next slide, we'll talk about those projects. We did see a revenue increase in water sales, and it was not because of our rates. It was because we had an incredibly warm fall season. We've had a lot of phone calls this fall, people thinking that their water rates went up or that something changed in the city, but that was not the case. I spent a lot of time, and my staff spent a lot of time sending people a year's worth of water use so that they could see that they truly did use a lot more water this fall than they did almost ever before, in October especially. People kind of treated October almost like it was August. So their water use was tremendously higher. That means that we're going to have more revenue in the water fund of about $750,000. We will also have more expense because we're going to have to pay for that water But I think our current budget will cover it. So if anyone asks you why their water bill went up, it's typically because of October, September, October, they kept their sprinklers on. We're also going to increase expense by $5 million. We had a problem where we have had some stolen backflow devices out of our public properties, parks and park strips. Those backflow devices are being sold by stolen and sold to recyclers because they're brass. But we are needing to replace them, and that's about $60,000 right now from the ones that were stolen. Public Works are going to be painting them so that they are not considered clean brass. They become tarnished brass, so to speak, because they've been painted. That's going to defer people from stealing them. But we don't know what else we can do. You can put cages over them, but they cut through the cages too. So we're doing our very best to protect our property. But this was particularly hard for us. And I do believe that the police know or have a lead on who is doing that right now. We also are going to be just transferring, nothing else, out of equipment, $750,000 for the AMI tower project. This is for the infrastructure and the towers to be built for that radio read system. So it's not really an equipment expense, it's really a construction project for that piece of it. So you can see I made them both blue. For construction projects, we have that U111 water tank repair. I'm really happy to have heard Brian's report. I had not heard that they discovered that it was at a seismic joint, but that provides us more leverage with the insurance company to prove that this was more earthquake related than it was something else. But our insurance company right now is challenging our claim for this water repair. We are challenging them right back. But what we would like to do is budget for this repair so that we can make sure we pay our contractor, and then we will continue to challenge our insurance company for payment until we get reimbursement, and then we'll put it back into the water fund. But that could take a year. So we would rather make sure that our contractor's paid. So we're asking you to budget it, hoping that we can recover those funds in a while. And then the carry forward from last year, these are just projects that continued to need to be done, but were budgeted last year, and they equal quite a bit of money actually. So we have the water tank project that was from our bond proceeds of about $2.7 million. Continued SCADA upgrades. So every time we put in something like that Zone 3 tank or the Zone 4 tank that was done, we have to install SCADA, and that cost is that has a cost to it. So we're doing that. Zone 2 booster pump station, the well 4 rehab, well 8's installation, Old Bingham Highways PRV, a PRV 8 replacement, and the 70th South Waterline maintenance. All of those construction projects and other requests equal about $5 million. But the water fund remains healthy with a $5.5 million balance in it. Are there any questions about the water fund? Are there any questions about the budget amendment in general?
Jack has his hand raised.
Oh, good.
Well, thank you very much. And thanks for all of the time and effort analyzing, preparing, presenting. Appreciate all the information. And personally, I think it's great to have a balanced budget, whether it's running a city or a business or a home, a household. Grateful for how we've done it this year with being conservative in our approach and then allocating bonuses to city employees as opposed to being deficient. And I'm grateful how both branches, legislative and executive, seem to work together. I can see how we can get immersed in our own thoughts and wants and needs and perhaps not think of each other. And so I certainly want to honor and support all of this time and effort, and the directors of different departments mentioning what they feel is needed and wanted, trying to balance administrative and legislative priorities, because all are essential. And I hope that we continue to have great interaction between council chair and mayor. I feel that allocating some money, especially toward items like Councilmember Green mentioned, with agenda management software or having more assistance in the council office will also ultimately save more money because we'll streamline and be more efficient instead of running around and letting things maybe fall through the cracks. So I'm grateful that you mentioned continuing in the restricted reserve for the arts building. I think that that's important. So I just want to make sure that we continue, as we're talking about a balanced budget, that we both, in both of our branches of government, recognize that the other branch of government has needs too, and that balanced budget needs to take into account the other branch. So thank you for that wonderful report.
Any other questions or clarifications from the council before we move to the public hearing? All right.
Thank you, Council. We'll prepare an ordinance and bring it to you for adoption on your next council meeting. And the ordinance will include the changes as we discussed them tonight. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Denise. So with that, we will now open the public hearing. This is your chance to speak specifically about the budget amendment for the 2020-2021 year that Denise has gone through. If you're participating online and would like to join, it's the same information as we mentioned that was used for the citizen comment. We'll give it about 10 seconds to see if anybody here would like to speak. Just hit the button to raise your hand. All right, and not seeing any who have indicated that they would like to speak, we will close the public hearing and return to the council for discussion. You'll note that the motion recommended, as discussed earlier, there's no action to be taken tonight other than a motion to bring this back as a business item on the January 27th agenda. So with that, look to the council for discussion or a motion. We'll start with Council Member Green.
I'm going to move that we bring this back for action as a business item on January 27, 2021.
I'll second.
Motion by Council Member Green, second by Council Member Worthen. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion appears to carry unanimously. That wraps up our public hearing for the evening and brings us to our performance measure report from the Streets Division. And we are going to be hearing this evening from Tim Peters. And let's see, Tim, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure enough. Good to hear from you this evening. Thanks for coming out, and the time is yours. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Mayor, Council, department heads, and guests. I appreciate the opportunity to present you with some information about our Streets Division. I wish we were meeting in person, but I'm certainly grateful for technology to make this possible. As you folks know already, Streets Division does more than fill potholes, although asphalt maintenance is a large portion of what we do. The slide there in front of you shows, has a list of other areas, as well as other duties as assigned that we handle throughout the workday. We had a late start this year with the in-house paving due to COVID and budget uncertainty there. But just the same, our staff was able to complete more work than what we initially anticipated. And although the overlay was delayed, the asphalt crew obviously wasn't sitting idle. There was crack sealing, patching, and other work taking place while the overlay work was being bid out and coordinated. And as the slide indicates, the asphalt crew still managed to place about 16,000 tons of asphalt this year. Again, the pandemic is challenging for all departments, for almost everybody. At one point during the pandemic, Streets Division was down 11 employees between COVID, other illnesses and vacancies in our division. But happy to report that at least knock on wood, I believe we're through the worst of that. And our staffing level has certainly improved, and HR continues to provide assistance to fill our vacancies. This slide obviously shows the changes in some of the areas from 2009 to 2021. As you can see, lane miles have increased 11%, population nearly 16%, street staff about 4%. So we're struggling to keep up. Some of you may wonder why I included population in the graph. I think it's worth noting because we deal with the congestion during the execution of our task, just as you folks do when traveling to work or to the store. So tasks like lane closures, paving, snow removal, obviously generally take more time than what it did 5 or 10 years ago. I consider myself fortunate to work with such a group of dedicated employees, and I can assure you we continually look for ways to improve our operation. Again, whether it's in paving, snow removal, or other tasks and areas of our responsibility. We started the mill and overlay this past season on July 8th. As mentioned, that's later than what we typically, the typical start that we have. But just the same, you can see the roads that were overlaid this past season. In addition to the arterials and collectors, we also got into some subdivision work as well, which initially with the late start and considering the volume of work on those arterials and collectors, we weren't quite sure how far we would get into the subdivisions because obviously we're weather dependent. So when the temperatures start dropping in October, if there's funding available and streets to be paved, which it seems like there's always streets to be paved, we keep going until basically until the weather shuts us down then. Snow removal, you can see our resources listed, although it's certainly not all of our resources, because I'd like to offer a big thanks to Fleet. I consider them one of our heroes behind the scenes, as most folks don't see them, but I assure you they keep us running. In regards to snow removal, it seems once we have a dozen trucks on the road or so loaded with salt, pushing heavy loads, something mechanically happens, and generally speaking, Fleet is there to get us back on the road in a very timely manner. GIS is another group that is a valuable resource to us, whether it's maps for overlays, updated maps for snow removals, which show the subdivisions that didn't exist a year ago, which now have to be incorporated into our snow removal plan. GIS is always there to help us do our job. So I appreciate their assistance as well. Training, we do behind the wheel training, and we also utilize a training that has been successfully used by UDOT. It's simulator training through L3. But honestly, the behind the wheel training is the most valuable to our employees. And considering the turnover that we've had, retirements and some employees going to other divisions, we have lost some experience in the past year. We had 3 employees that retired this past year that had decades of experience in the streets division. I listed some of the challenges we face. Out of those, I would have to say that generally speaking, as far as snow removal is concerned, the on-street parking is likely one of our greatest obstacles. With 12 employees on a given shift, we generally don't have the luxury of large trucks just on wide streets and tiny trucks on narrow roads, because there are times we may have staff in tight quarters trying to do their job. So the efficiency is a big part of it, but it's not just that. The last thing that any staff member wants to do is knock on a door at 3 o'clock in the morning to inform a resident that their car was damaged because of a snowplow going past it. So it's also out of an effort to protect the property of our residents out there. So it's basically two-pronged. The on-street parking reduces our efficiency, especially as you can obviously imagine, the more narrow the street is, the harder it is to get down there with a truck and a plow. But like I said, the other part is protecting the property of our residents. Another thing worth noting there, that picture in the very center, which shows the city broken into districts, is an actual photograph of a vinyl coated map that we have in the office that staff uses to mark up that map with a dry erase marker at the end of their 12-hour shift to know what area within the district they addressed and which haven't been complete. Unfortunately, as hard as staff tries to be accurate on the indicating which streets have been completed and which haven't, you can imagine after 12 hours being behind the wheel and out on the road, mistakes do happen as a result of that. So that's also something else that we're taking a look at and seeing what other options are out there. And even if it's not in the next year, you know, in 2-3 years down the road, things we can do to improve that tracking as well as improving customer service out there.
Tim, I had a question on snow removal.
Yes.
Well, first of all, there's 4 pictures here that have this white stuff in it. You know what all that white stuff is in those pictures? Just kidding.
It's powdered sugar.
I miss snow.
Salt.
Yes, I can assure you they're not from this season.
A few years ago, we had talked about, and this might be a Brian question, I'm not sure if you had the answer. We talked about getting some brine systems for the trucks. And I have never heard if we got those brine systems or if we ever looked into getting those for the trucks.
I can answer that, Councilmember Lamb. We were approved for a brine system. We were moving forward, getting bids on buildings and the system we wanted to go with. Unfortunately, with budget cuts, that project got cut.
Okay.
We will be putting it back in this year's budget and asking for it again, as we're probably one of the only cities that don't have a brine system now. And it really helps out. It gives us some time to mobilize and get on the street. It buys us time because the brines, you know, activated and the roads are melting off while we're mobilizing. So it helps out tremendously. So yeah, that will be coming forward again in the upcoming budget.
So one thing I know we discussed, Brian, and I know the council discussed it as well, and I know the mayor knows about it, is if we didn't use all of the snow removal budget, we could look and see, you know, what's left over. You know, obviously right now we haven't used a lot of it, but if we don't end up using all that snow removal budget, how we can move that leftover budget rather than putting it back into the regular budget, you know, keep that budget and use that for the brine system. So I think as we move forward, I'm speaking about the council, speaking to Mayor Burton, and speaking to Corbin as well. Let's look and see if that's a possibility. If we don't use all of the snow removal budget this year, which right now, who knows? You know, let's look at see if it's possible to purchase that brine system that we need with the current budgets that we have set forth for snow.
Okay, sounds good. Tim is doing a great job in saving money on buying salt, so we might be able to do it.
And then Councilmember Worthen has her hand raised.
Yeah, Tim, I just wanted to thank you and your crews. I think we tend to take, well, I know we take things for granted in our lives all the way through. And the maintenance of our roads and I'll say our parks, because that's part of it, but I know we're focusing on roads right now, but keeping the streets clean when there is snow, which we haven't really seen any, but I very much appreciate you and your crew and your team and being out there and keeping the roads safe for us, because it really does matter. We just don't think about it, because as long as they're easy to drive and there's no potholes or snow, we don't really think about it. But until something happens, but I mean, being on the city council and being part of the city as much as I am, I tend to pay attention to that a little bit more. So I do notice, and I do point that out to other people, like, aren't we lucky to live in such a great city where everything is so well maintained that it makes our lives that much easier every day? So pass that along to your crews, please. I very much appreciate all you guys do.
Thank you. I'll be certain to pass that on. So where are we going? As you can see, it takes about 24 hours after the storm has stopped to clear all 890 lane miles throughout the city. I say about because there are rarely two storms which are alike. They differ based on surface temperatures, ambient temperatures, the time of day they arrive, clearing roads at 2:30 a.m. versus 7 a.m. or 5 p.m. And dealing with the congestion that I mentioned earlier, or whether it's one storm or multiple storms back to back. So there's hardly two storms in a given season that are totally identical. And then of course it also matters, we look at what is the high temperature going to be, not necessarily when when the storm is taking place, but what's the high temperature going to be in the next 12 to 24 hours. Some of the time we get assistance from Mother Nature, and even though the temperatures don't go up significantly, the sun comes out and just the effect on the pavement helps the ice packed, or I should say the ice or snow packed roads. It helps that material to be peeled up a little bit easier. So we're continually looking for, as I mentioned, things we can do to improve things on our end to keep up. We talked about the brine system, so you already heard about that, and that's something that we'll be taking another look at. Another one that referred to here that you saw the picture of previously was a route optimization. Somewhat similar to what I would use in a city that I'm not familiar with. If I go on vacation with the wife, it seems like one of the first things I do if I'm renting a car is put in my destination for the hotel or sports arena or something to that effect. And I basically get turn-by-turn directions to get me to my destination. Well, there's not a lot of route optimization software packages out there for snow removal, but there are multiple ones out there that can handle that. And it's a bit of a different animal from route optimization that, say, like UPS or even garbage collection would use. Because again, as you can imagine, as opposed to just going from one point to another, or in the case of garbage collection, going up one side of the street and going down the other, with snow removal, we're making multiple passes. In one of the the more narrow subdivision streets, it typically requires 3 to 4 passes with a plow to fully clear that segment of road. So with the route optimization, it's the safety for the drivers because they can incorporate things like specific turnaround points and things like that, and also speeds up the operation. Talking to a couple of vendors, I've told that most agencies that have gone that route report improvements in efficiency, or I should say reductions in cost, in the 10 to 25% range. There's a couple that have reported even higher savings than that. So that's something we're taking a look at. One, to route the drivers through their route. The other thing worth noting too, although typically we try to have the drivers in the districts that they're familiar with, as you can imagine, when you're running 12-hour shifts and back to back and you're just going around the clock, you do have drivers that are in an area that they're not familiar with. You also have times that someone's out sick or on vacation. And that's a beauty of some of this software is as long as someone is qualified and competent to operate a snow plow, you can basically plug in the district that they're heading to. And again, they'll get that turn-by-turn direction. And most of those are audio as well as visual, because I don't know how many of you have seen the inside of these trucks, but between everything the staff's keeping an eye on, I certainly don't want to take too much of their eye time from all the hazards and monitoring that they're doing in the cab, and have them looking at a map while they're driving. But that's the beauty of it, is that they have audio directions as well. You know, in 500 feet, you will take a right. Again, similar to what you or I would use on our phone when we're in an area. The other thing that's pretty sweet about that, as opposed to just GPS trackers in vehicles, which show the activity and let us all know, yes, there's trucks out there. You know, we can see how many trucks are out there. We can see what areas they're in. But I compare it much to like looking at bees under glass. You can see a lot of activity, but where's the valuable information to me? To me, I need to know where the plows are at, which streets are in the process of being plowed, which ones are completed, and which ones haven't been touched at all. And there's some software packages in development out there right now where it's color coded. In other words, if in a particular storm, if a street is clear, it might be color coded green. If it's in the process, yellow. If it hasn't been touched, then it would be red. So that's I think an interesting development, and obviously it would be up to mayor and council to approve something like that. But just the same, I think it's one of those things in the meantime to take a look at, and then forward the information to you folks to let you make that decision when that software package is available. Communication is something else that Fleet is working on to help us all be on one channel of communication using 800 megahertz radios, as opposed to some folks on radios, some folks on phones. That will be especially helpful as well, to have everybody on one channel. Any questions?
Any questions from the council for Mr. Peters? I am not seeing any hands raised. Tim, thank you very much. There's a lot that happens with your group, so thank you for taking a little bit of time to help show us what's going on out there. So thank you for your presentation this evening.
No problem. Thank you for your time and also for your support. It's greatly appreciated, not just by me, but the rest of the staff out here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. All right, our next item this evening is the proposed ordinance change that will modify Planning Commission representation on the General Plan Committee. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Council. As you know, the Council appointed 15 members to the General Plan Committee. They held their first meeting in October, and they're currently meeting. And one of the things we have run into is a section of code in the Planning Commission code under Title I, Chapter 6C, Section 6, that just talks about a planning commission member shall be assigned by the planning commission to serve 1 calendar year as a non-voting ex officio member of the general plan committee. They could only serve 1 year in this committee. This change goes in line with what already exists in code in section, let me go find it here, with the design review committee in 2-5-1, paragraph E. The design review committee shall be composed of 5 members, 2 shall be professionals, and 2 shall be appointed from the planning commission to serve a 1-year term, so that's consistent, with the option of reappointment on a year-by-year basis for a total of 3 years. This brings that in line with this other committee. The way the code is currently written, even though the general plan committee began in October, the way the code is written now, the planning commission representative, after attending a couple meetings, would now not be able to serve on the general plan committee, and a new planning commissioner would need to be reassigned. And if that general plan committee extended beyond the calendar year, then the planning commission would need to choose yet a 3rd person who would need to get up to speed just as they're winding down. So you can see the changes here that are being suggested. That it's the same language that is in the design review committee, and then deleting it, the section that just limits them to 1-year terms before being changed. When you redid the general plan committee, you did add item B, which allows the planning commission member to vote as a voting member when there is a tie vote in those rare instances. So this is a minor change to be more in line with what other committee members are able to do as members of the planning commission. And so this is brought to you for your consideration to make these changes, and then the planning commission would appoint a planning commissioner to serve for this calendar year on the planning commission. If you have any questions for me?
There do not appear to be any questions. So with that, I would look to the council for discussion or for a motion. Oh, looks like Councilmember Whitelock raised her hand.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're checking. I don't like to do legislation based on individuals and incidents. So I want us to make sure that we're looking at everywhere that this might be a problem and get it fixed before it becomes a problem. I mean, I understand that sometimes that's how we find problems, but I don't think it's the best way to change code. I think it's better to look at it to begin with. So I would ask that someone reviews our code and make sure that we don't have issues that might arise in other committees like this.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion or perhaps a motion? Chair Jacob.
I move to approve ordinance 21-03.
I'll second.
Motion by Chair Jacob, second by Councilmember Green. Any discussion to the motion?
I think you meant ordinance number 2102.
03 is
this
what's on
wrong?
the slides.
Okay.
Does that need to be restated?
2102 is the one that's on the agenda.
Yeah, it is 2102 in the packet.
We have two 2102s. We have a 2102 and a 21002. Let's look at the packet instead of the print. The packet's 21-02. All right, so Chair Jacob, is that an amended motion?
I will amend the motion 21-02.
And Councilmember Green, your second still hold?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
with
No, you're
that,
good.
Cindy, let's vote.
Thank you for that correction. Sorry about that. Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Chair Jacob,
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb,
Yes.
and Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes 7-0.
All right, that brings us on to item 7C. And let me quickly correct myself because I noted that there were two items that were numbered 21-002. The first one was ordinance 002. This is resolution 000. Yeah, 002, sorry. 3 characters, the last one's a 2. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you. This was brought forth by Councilmember Whitelock and Councilmember Jacob. This is a ordinance, or I'm sorry, let me advance to where I need to be. Resolution 21002, Religious Freedom Day. There was an individual who wrote the council a letter and emailed you, and I believe called and left a message on the council comment line regarding a National Religious Freedom Day. It was first approved by the United States Congress in 1992 and has been publicly recognized by each subsequent president. Utah established its own Freedom of Religion Day in 2015 and has been annually reaffirmed via declaration by our governor, Governor Herbert, prior governor. Last year, the city of South Jordan also established by resolution its own city annual Religious Freedom Day. And this date is January 16th, and the sponsors have requested it be an annual occurrence on every January 16th. And the reason that date is important is it was on that date in the year 1786 that the first law protecting freedom of religion passed in the United States. And so what's before you today in the packet, and my monitor just died, is let me grab that for you real quick here. All I have for it is just a resolution. Let me see if I can share my screen. So this is resolution 21-002 proclaiming January 16th as Religious Freedom Day in the city of West Jordan. And so this is the resolution that's before you this evening. And if Councilmember Whitelock or Councilmember Jacob have any additional comments, I'm open to hear them.
I just have one. And that is upon reading the resolution here, in the therefores, or in the resolve section of this, it says we declare January 16th each year as Religious Freedom Day, but the title just says January 16th, 2021 as Religious Freedom Day. So I would say that when we do vote on the resolution, that one or the other is subsequently altered from the dais to match up. Otherwise, I think this is great. I appreciate Councilmember Whitelock brought it to me and asked me if I would second it, and I was happy to do that. I, of course, had received the emails and things from that from the resident who was so concerned, or who brought it to our attention, and I think it's a good step to take, and I really like the some of the statements in here really speak to me that one's religious identity should neither be an advantage or disadvantage under the law and should not affect your civil rights one way or the other. So I appreciate all of what's in here. And I again thank Councilmember Whitelock for bringing it to our attention.
That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Jacob. I felt like this is a time when it's needed to recognize that that we can all, and I can't read it, I'm sorry. I didn't pull it up big enough. But it's important that we recognize that we can be different and still get along and be peaceable.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitelock. Councilmember Green.
I don't want to sound, well, how do I say this? I spent 39 years, 8 months, 14 days in the United States Army defending the Constitution. But the Constitution is more than one civil right. And my concern is how much does this distract from the city? Does this get the city involved in things that we have zero control over because we don't deal with religious freedom in the city? And if we do, then the city's violating the First Amendment. Does that mean that we're going to need to have by the way, there is one because I looked it up, because it's May 3rd, a Freedom of the Press Day and a Free from Illegal Search and Seizure Day and a Freedom from Excessive Bail Day and a Due Process Day and a resolution recognizing the Utah National Guard because the National Guard is the militia, and the militia is recognized in the Constitution, and a freedom of, the right to bear arms day. And you can see where I'm going with this, is that I'm not, I am not, as anybody, there's no one here, I'm not saying that I'm going to discount a constitutional right. What my concern is does this open the door for a resolution for everything to recognize everybody that doesn't make any I don't want to say it doesn't make any difference to West Jordan City, but it's that West Jordan City doesn't have any control over it. And do we need to consider every resolution that comes down and how many of these are going to become political, that we're a nonpartisan group and everything else that I see. So that's, I'm probably not going to vote against this because obviously somebody's going to say, well, you voted against religious freedom, you voted against the Constitution. But I have to tell you, I think this opens up a Pandora's box and a dangerous can of worms that we consider. And we're going to start like I said, pretty soon we're going to have the right to bear arms day and the freedom of the press day and freedom of speech day. And, where does this end, that, we have some sort of formal recognition when the Constitution of the United States that was passed in 1787 is the law of the land, and the Constitution is there. And I will have to, and on the backside of this, I kind of agree with this, but honestly, I'd rather, with the events that have happened the past week, I have to tell you, and I've read on Facebook, it's amazing the number of people that haven't read the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. So, I get where this is going, but I'd rather have a West Jordan read the Bill of Rights day and understand the Constitution day. And Rob's laughing. He knows where I'm going with this. But anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you, Chair McConaughey. My only concern, usually when these resolutions come forth, whether it's in West Jordan City or it's in Riverton City or any other city, it's a one-time resolution and celebrating that day. This I'm reading here is asking us to do it every day on the 16th forever. So that's my one concern. Secondly, I kind of think back to the adaptation of social media and finding out the morning I go to work that today is National Donut Day, or today was your favorite dog day, and I don't want to compare to that, but I'm saying there's so many days out there that I didn't know existed until social media came out. And it's just interesting to see that those days now exist, even though they didn't exist 40 plus years of my life. I'm not against freedom of religion. I fully support it. And I think all of our council supports it. I think everyone in the city supports it. I'm just not sure if it's something that I almost feel like we're creating a holiday on the 16th of each year. And how do we celebrate that? And, you know, is that the appropriate thing for the city to be doing? Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Lamb brings up a good point. Perhaps we should add a Freedom from Social Media Day as well.
Amen.
Are there any other comments or discussion to this, or perhaps a motion? Looks like Councilmember Whitelock.
I'll move to approve resolution 21002. And I would like the top changed and have that date deleted.
Have the date deleted, meaning January 16th, 2021, or just the year from
the year?
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Whitelock, second by Chair Jacob. Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamb,
No.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
I'm thinking. I know the way that it counts, but I'm going to abstain.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
and Chair Jacob.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-1. Well,
All
no,
right.
it's 5-1, excuse me.
All right.
With one abstention.
Yeah, 5-1 with one abstention, correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so that brings us to remarks. We will start remarks this evening with Councilmember Pack.
Great, thank you, Chair McConaughey. Some items just to inform people, and certainly not to have a discussion, but maybe a couple of questions too. Let's see, I appreciate all of the presentation that was inclusive of utility billing. Curious if, I don't see Denise still on there. Corbin or Mayor Burton, do you know if Discover Card and American Express will soon be taken as forms of payment? I've had some inquiry on that update.
I am still here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, they will be accepted as forms of payment. I will tell you American Express for sure. I need to check on Discover, but I believe that they were on the list. I will double check and report back to the council.
Great, thank you. And since we've had the discussion on religious freedom, I really believe that you can be pro-police, pro-diversity, pro-religious freedom, and not be a milquetoast of trying to acquiesce to everybody's agenda. And with the state capitol being locked down in conjunction with the US Capitol, Mayor Burton, have there been any decisions regarding events surrounding the inauguration where we might want to have a better watch on our city buildings, most particularly City Hall, since there's more security around the state? Activists might turn to cities to demonstrate.
Our police department monitors our needs like that very closely and anything they may be hearing in conjunction with the state and other officials. But Corbin may have a little more information on that, but we are always on top and watching that. And our police department, when things come up that we don't even know about, are prepared for additional activity that may be happening. Unfortunately, we've been free from that.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you need to borrow any hats or ties, for National Hat Day, just let me know. I know you have your own personal stock. You could have your own haberdashery. It's very impressive.
I am in need of that. Thank you for recognizing that.
Oh,
Councilman, if I may answer your question.
Yes.
The mayor's right. Police have monitored it very closely. The chief and I had a discussion about this morning, and they are watching the intelligence that's being shared with them through SIAC and the FBI very closely regarding the state capitol and the request for support there. But they're also we're also being very cognizant and watching any threats that are within the city. I don't want to elaborate on what's happening or where in a public meeting, but the police are very on top of those things. Yes.
Great, thank you very much. And thanks for putting out the call for volunteers in the latest West Jordan Journal. Hopefully we get some good response with good people to volunteer. And are there any public citizens in attendance at City Hall this evening? Did anybody come out?
I'm here.
Thank you. Sorry, except for the staff members and council members on the dais.
Mr. Anderson, could you speak to that?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Pack, as you recall, at the beginning of every meeting, the council chair reads a COVID-19 that waives the ability to have an anchor location. Mm-hmm. And by not having an anchor location, we're not able to be open to the public. And so right now, council chambers are not available to the public, even though the council is here. Some members of the council are here. But if that answers your question, and as long as the council chair is reading that COVID-19 declaration, we do not have an anchor location for the public to attend.
Thank you. So no residents have come on any tonight or any prior nights and been turned away?
No.
Your knowledge. Okay, thank you. And let's see, just a traffic issue. Some residents in my district have mentioned on a street that runs east and west that's close to Copper Hills High School that runs perpendicular to Grizzly Way, otherwise known as Sophomore Row. We're looking into perhaps some traffic calming measures, maybe some speed bumps. I personally run through the neighborhood on a daily basis trying to get some exercise, and I've been knocking on doors and just seeing how the parking and traffic issues are there. So I brought that to the attention of Mr. Anderson, and we'll be continuing to network with Mayor Burton and Bill Baranowski of traffic, and I'll keep everyone informed on that. I told residents that I would mention that tonight, and I've been following up with them on email. And I too am concerned about that there's got to be a balance of free speech, but not repeated antagonism. And I know that's tough, especially with national caustic politics. I'd love to have maybe if we could ask Mr. Wall to come up with some legal, moral, ethical ideas on how not to limit free speech, but also how not to repeatedly antagonize and not just single out one person on either side, but just as a policy going forward. That would be my request if we could look into that. And lastly, I just want to mention how grateful I am for a smooth voting process. In one way, it might seem like it took about 40 minutes to go through this process, but then I think while grassroots transfer of power peacefully, of who's in charge in a respectful, organized, calm fashion, what a wonderful blessing and wonderful environment that we live in. And I want to thank Chair McConaughey for his outstanding leadership and service and all the extra time and effort that both he and Vice Chair Green have put into preparing and organizing meetings and interfacing with city staff. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Worthen.
Okay, seeing we have our remarks, I always like to give my shout out. Sometimes it's harder than others because there's so many good things that go on in our city with our businesses and our staff and our citizens. But we did have a situation that really relates to, unfortunately, the current news and events in our city. I want to give a shout out to Beach's Tanning Salon and their employees. They had a customer that refused to wear a mask. The manager asked the customer to put a mask on for her safety and for the safety of the people that, the other clients that were there. And unfortunately, the customer refused and got hostile and assaulted one of the other customers. I just wanted to share how thankful and grateful I am for the manager and the customers that stood up for the mask mandate and just protecting other people during this pandemic. I think it takes a lot, and the manager is, she's a younger gal, and I think it's hard. I mean, it's hard for anybody to stand up to someone to say, hey, it's the mandate, it's my job, I need you to do this. But it's even worse when you're confronted and you have to deal with that. So I want to give a shout out to them for doing that. I also I prepared a statement before that happened for tonight that I wanted to share with everybody. So it's just kind of ironic that that happened. And of course, what's going on at Capitol, what happened at Capitol Hill as well, and what's going on. But forgive me if I'm reading from this because I did write this up a little bit ago and I don't have it completely memorized. But I'm very fortunate to have people in my life that are healthcare workers, teachers, police officers, firefighters, political leaders, and multiple other service workers. As I have been speaking with them over the last few months, I'm afraid to say that if we don't make a change, we won't have those people when we need them. And believe me, someday you will need to call on them. When your child goes to school, they won't have a teacher to educate them. When your loved one is having a heart attack, there won't be someone that'll be there for them. When someone breaks into your home and threatens your family, there won't be someone that'll come to help. When you're sick and you need a hospital bed, there won't be someone there to take care of you. We need to treat these people with dignity and respect. We need to air our opinions in a civil way. We need to seek to understand and to listen to others as they speak. If we don't make this change, then the people that I listed above won't be there when we need them most. Today, I'm asking everyone to take things outside of themselves and be respectful to others. We all bleed the same, and we do better when we work together. Please wear your mask. Do what is necessary to make the world a better place for all of us. And if you can't take it outside of yourself, then do it for yourself and your family. So when you do have to make that call, or you do need that person to help you, they're going to be there. And quite honestly, guys, I wrote this a few weeks ago, and I saw another report on the Today program about the amount of teachers that are looking to retire because not just because of the pandemic, but because of how they're being treated. We've got to do better, and we have to set a line. And I mean, this is a great group. I got asked today at the meeting that I went to for the mayor from one of our citizens that was there, how I'm enjoying city council. And I say the same thing every time. I love it. I love the work. I love the people. I love the negotiation. But what I love most is that if you knew all of us as individuals, you can't find a more diverse group. We have such diverse backgrounds and who we are and what we believe, but yet we always come to the table and figure it out. we don't yell and scream, and we might disagree, but we always figure it out. And I am so proud to be part of a group like that. And I know there's not a lot of people watching this right now, but maybe it'll get shared because it's on YouTube. I really hope that we can start making that change and turn the tides, because we're going to lose our officers. We're going to use our healthcare workers. We're going to lose our teachers. And then what's this world going to look like? I don't want to know. So I'm just going to put it out there that please, everybody, start giving that respect that you want for yourself. Thank you.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember McConaughey for his service. And I personally believe that he made a very smooth transition for us from in-person to online. And I greatly appreciate that. So I just want him to know that I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the time that Councilmember Green is putting in. I know that when you're in leadership, it takes extra time. It does. And to do a good job, it takes quite a bit of time. So thank you. And then I just want to concur with Councilmember Pack. I totally agree. I don't think I conveyed it as well as him, but I just think that we need to set the standard of what's okay in our meetings. And to come meeting after meeting and be told that you're a liar and that you're bad is very draining on a person. And we just shouldn't have to tolerate that. We allow them to come and speak on whatever matter they want, and that's great. But once we've heard that matter, I don't see the need to keep hearing it week after week. So I too hope we can figure something out. And I just want to thank all our staff for all of the time that they put in on behalf of our residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
First, thanks Councilmember O'Conaghay for all your service and the last year. It's been great working with you. My thoughts tonight drift towards probably the Constitution. When I was first on the Planning Commission, I never thought that a planning commissioner would ever have to deal with constitutional rights, and I was wrong. When I became a member of the West Jordan City Council, that was only amplified where we have to deal with first, fourth, fifth, sixth. Luckily, we don't have to deal with the Third Amendment much anymore. And if anybody doesn't remember what the Third Amendment is, that's housing troops in your own home. But my wife probably questions whether we violated the Third Amendment or not with me being in the Army for 40 years. But the one thing that I can tell you is that whether it's no matter what constitutional amendment, I'm going to be there to defend it and make sure that we have the appropriate city policies for all city residents to that protect everyone. It is very interesting. Councilmember Worthen brought up an incident that happened in the city. What wasn't, besides what happened with the manager, I want to thank the West Jordan Police Department for the professional manner in the way they handled that. I actually had some talks with the chief the other day because when I read the article, a couple of things popped in my mind about what the police department policies were. And our department has it, and I will tell the citizens, our department has the appropriate policies to protect the citizens, and our police department followed them exactly.
when you look back at in the press, I will tell you, because this was reported in the press, and I'm sure that the chief will report it as part of his use of force. They did have to use some force. They had to put the person in handcuffs. Well, at least the last two use of force reviews that I've seen that were put in the press, our officers did what they were supposed to do. And that's exactly what we want to see. And so I think it's great that we have a police department that is there. You know, you used to hear the what was it, Adam 12? They used to have that's always on the side of a cop car to protect and to serve. West Jordan Police Department does that, and I thank them.
All right, and I'm not seeing any other remarks, so I will just wrap up with a thank you to the council for allowing me and trusting me to serve as chair for the last year. It's been a busy year, and I've appreciated the opportunity that I've had here. I'm looking forward to Chair Jacobs' opportunity to serve. It's going to be a very, very good experience. And I'd encourage the entire council to 100% support him, because as he succeeds, we all succeed. And West Jordan as a whole will do better when we're united. I'm very much looking forward to your service. The one thing that I would suggest and recommend is you take full advantage of the service offered by the vice chair, by Councilmember Green. You will be hard pressed to find somebody more dedicated and passionate to his care. I don't know that there's another person on the planet more dedicated and caring about his community. He has a breadth of knowledge and understanding that spans so many areas. I would encourage you to consult frequently with him, get his ideas, and take advantage of the opportunity to serve with him. I think it's going to be a very good year. I think that over the last year, we have made a lot of progress, and our city has had an opportunity to shine. And I thank all of you for your support. I am very much looking forward to a little bit of a breather here while Councilmember Jacobs sprints us ahead for the next at least 12 months. So with that, we will conclude remarks and move on to the next slide, which is giving us a little bit. Can we drop that picture in the corner so that we can see a little better the detail on there? The agenda tracker. This is definitely cloudy. As mentioned, things will change. Looking ahead at our next meeting for the 27th, we're anticipating we'll have a work session about ranked choice voting. Hopefully also some conversation about ADUs. You'll notice down at the bottom, we have mining extraction overlay as a public hearing with some question marks next to it. Staff is still, as we're putting the agenda tracker together, they're trying to give us as much insight as they can. This is one of those things that will likely move or fall off altogether. There may be ways to address this with our current code rather than having to introduce additional code. I don't think any of us would feel bad if we had to hit the delete key and not expand the legislative volumes that we already have. So as noted here, things will change, and then future meetings coming up pretty soon. We have our ethics commission conversation. We have helipads that'll be discussed. We have our open meetings training with Mr. Wall, the process for naming streets. We have a number of other public hearings that are on the horizon. So just know that these are coming. Most of those public hearings that you're seeing on here are pending the planning commission first. There were some things that were supposed to have hit their agenda in December that were tabled. That has a ripple effect. So you've heard a number of times from the dais that there are a lot of things that are coming our way. We're just hurry up and wait for most of these. So just to give you a heads up of what we anticipate will be coming, as stated here, things will change. With that said, we do have our upcoming meeting schedule. Just a quick review of some of those meetings for the next quarter. And then with that, I believe oh yes, as always, the reminder that if you weren't able to participate during the meeting electronically, we do have it open for Zoom, so anybody can come and participate. The information's there on the website. If that timing does not work out, you can always call, leave a voicemail, or you can send an email as listed here. And those two methods do get to all members of the City Council. So with that, our next item is to move to closed session. There has been one item brought up that needs to be discussed, and after which we would look for motion that would adjourn us from that closed session. So I look to the council for a motion for that closed session. Councilmember Green.
I move we convene into closed session to discuss the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual and adjourn from there.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Green, second by Councilmember Worthen. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. Cindy.
Thank you. Councilmember Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
Chair Jacob,
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
and Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0.
All right, we'll move to closed session. Thanks, everyone.